The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 20th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Virginia Fox to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to salute our service members of tomorrow, the Service Academy-bound students of the 3rd Congressional District of Texas. This district of Texas is home to some of the best and brightest young men and women. And it is always an honor to appoint these stellar student athletes to our nation's service academies. I am confident that they are ready to join the premier service academies and ultimately serve with the best in the United States military. This year, Texas 3rd District is going to send 7 cadets to the United States Military Academy, 5 midshipmen to the United States Naval Academy, 6 cadets to the United States Air Force Academy, 6 midshipmen to the United States Merchant Marine Academy, and 3 candidates to the United States Air Force Academy Preparatory School. To these 24 appointees and 3 preparatory candidates, I say, God bless you, God bless America, I salute you. I ask for unanimous consent for the 27 names and respective hometowns listed below to be entered into the congressional record, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Doug Graham, a remarkable photojournalist, storyteller, and friend to the people of our community in Northern Virginia. For nearly a decade at Loudoun Now, Doug helped our community see itself. He captured moments both ordinary and extraordinary, from parades and graduations to snowstorms and small acts of kindness. But Doug did more than just take photographs. He built trust. He asked good questions, and he listened. And even after his cancer diagnosis, Doug continued to tell his story with the same honesty and courage that defined his career. Around Loudoun, people often joke that if something was important and if it was happening in our community, Doug was already there to capture the moment. Doug was always in the room, and he will still be with us. We offer our deepest condolences to and gratitude to his wife, Dawn, his daughter, Lizzie, his friends, colleagues, and the entire Loudoun community. And we all thank Doug Graham for helping us see our community more clearly. May he rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Satguru Dandapani. Satguru was a beloved husband, father, and community leader, and after finishing his studies in India, his career took him to Northern Virginia, where he served as an engineer at Visa. And he was well known and respected across D.C., Virginia, and Maryland for his work with the Valuvan Tamil Academy. And as treasurer, Satguru poured his time and efforts into promoting and preserving Tamil language and culture. Satguru also had a deep love for music and was a strong supporter of local concerts. He organized events, coordinated programs, and helped families across our region. So many kids benefited from his work as well, and his work touched so many lives in our community. He will be deeply missed, and may he rest in peace. Madam Speaker, at this point, my community in Northern Virginia has so many data centers that if it were a country, it would be fourth among all countries in number of data centers. And there's actually many more, hundreds more potentially on the way. And Virginians, our community, have been paying the price for years now. The price is transmission lines going through homes, schools, and historic sites. The price is worse air quality, and the price is higher utility bills. But now people are fighting back, and we're winning. Because last week, the people of Prince William County spoke out and pushed back about a new massive data center complex spanning almost 750 football fields. That project was unanimously rejected, but the fight is not over. New transmission lines are being proposed to support the data center industry in Prince William County. Projects like the Nokesville-Bristow transmission line are threatening homes, small farms, and livelihoods. There is a better way. One way is to underground those lines, and the data centers need to pay for it, not the community. This will protect our farmland, our homes, and our schools, and it'll also set the tone that data centers and private companies cannot demand new energy infrastructure and then pass along those costs to the community. Because our communities have had enough of high utility costs, enough of transmission lines next to our schools and next to our homes, and enough of the noise, pollution, and loss of green space. If we work together, we can push companies to underground these lines and pay their fair share. But in the meantime, I join my community in saying enough is enough. Finally, Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate the American Telugu Association on its 19th annual conference, the ATA Conference and Youth Convention. This year's conference is in Baltimore, bringing together leaders from across the country to celebrate Telugu heritage. And the conference recognizes all of ATA's achievements in the fields of science, business, technology, literature, and public service, as well as the arts, while showcasing live performances in Telugu culture. So I extend my congratulations to ATA, including its president, Jay Chella, and all of the organizers, and I wish everyone a successful and meaningful conference in Baltimore. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last month, a small plane crashed into one of the tallest buildings in Beijing, China, during Friday rush hour. The pilot was killed and 13 people were injured. This happened in the center of a city with more than 20 million people. Thousands of people nearby saw the plane strike the building. People on the street heard the impact and recorded the aftermath. In the United States, an event like this would receive wall-to-wall coverage, and videos would be spread across social media within minutes. But in Beijing, the government made it nearly impossible for anyone who was not there to even know that it happened. Posts about the crash vanished from Chinese social media, and searches for the building returned only old results. Politics prevented people from taking pictures and ordered witnesses to delete footage, even though China's national broadcasting service sits across the street from the crash site. State media failed to inform the Chinese public about what happened. Because China's censorship apparatus links police surveillance with telecommunications networks, search engines, social media platforms, and state-controlled media, it allows authorities to identify and suppress information that could embarrass the Chinese Communist Party or undermine their preferred narratives with frightening efficiency. China has used these methods before. During the 2022 lockdown protests, videos disappeared from Huawei phones without warning, deleting their pictures and videos from their phones, and even preventing citizens from preserving or sharing what was happening. George Orwell warned about this sort of coercive power. Now this dystopian system is even more efficient and powerful with modern technology. Smartphones, search engines, surveillance cameras, government-controlled platforms. China has shown how effectively this machinery can erase the truth, and other governments are now creating such systems that could be used in the same ways. The European Union is building the legal and regulatory framework to control online speech, not just in the European Union, but across the West, trying to pressure platforms through their Digital Services Act, even in the United States. Regulators can pressure these platforms to remove or suppress content that conflicts with their official narratives on elections, public policy, or other political issues. Companies that resist can face penalties tied to their global revenue. giving governments enormous leverage over what people are allowed to see online. The United Kingdom has incorporated digital ID and is already jailing thousands of its citizens each year for disfavored speech. Well, in the United States, how could such a thing happen? We have the Bill of Rights and the First Amendment protecting speech, but it was already well underway when Elon Musk bought Twitter. The Biden administration was working to build a, quote, disinformation governance board to coordinate their rapidly expanding censorship operations. Orwell referred to this kind of apparatus as a ministry of truth. Unfortunately, Musk's ownership of Twitter only exposed the truth. That, and even a change of administration, has not halted the surveillance state here in America. Under the same guise of protecting kids used by the UK, the USA just passed a digital ID bill. Under the guise of banning central bank digital currency, the United States has effectively set a go-live date for CBDC in 2030. And under the old ruse of security and public safety, Palantir and Flock have an all-seeing eye network expanding around the country. These are just some of the tools used in China, and unfortunately, some of the same companies are using these same tools here in the United States and across Europe. As James Madison astutely noted in Federalist 51, quote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Well, if men were angels, the Patriot Act, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, would have never been abused. But abuse was not only foreseeable, because men, even good men, are prone to abuse power, it happened. And if it were still happening, how would you know? These tools are very effective. The old maxim, power corrupts, but absolute power corrupts, absolutely rings true. Around the world, technology is being turned against the citizens of each country by those in power. A comprehensive system of surveillance, coercion, and control is being built. And if you cannot see it, it may already be too late. Freedom surrendered is rarely reclaimed. And with every vote and every dollar, this Congress, now is the time to insist that good governments defend freedom. I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Speaker, I rise today speaking on behalf of myself and on behalf of my colleagues, Representatives Zoe Lofgren, Ro Khanna, and Jimmy Panetta, to recognize Larry Stone, who retired a few months ago as Santa Clara County's longest-serving elected official. Larry has been an extraordinary public servant, an ethical role model, a mentor to many of us, and a friend to all. Larry served in elected office for 46 years. 30 as Santa Clara County's assessor. He made the most of his notorious role as tax leveler, humorously egging on everyone to boo him at every civic and political event. He even wore a Grinch costume for many years in our annual Santa run, sitting in the pace car with thousands of runners dressed up as Santas with beards on, chasing him through the streets of downtown San Jose. Larry's work was serious, however, as he leaves behind an assessor's office that has become a national model for efficiency, responsiveness, and trustworthiness. Larry's signature forthrightness made him the first phone call for local reporters looking for someone quotable. His willingness to call out malfeasance by the powerful makes him a reliable advocate for good government. His prescient political sense, gathering Silicon Valley support for everyone from his successor, Nisa Fligor, to a little-known Southerner by the name of Bill Clinton, made him a local kingmaker. In retirement, Larry and his much-beloved wife, Carmen, will continue to generously support local nonprofits and the arts. Larry's example, however, continues to inspire the next generation of leaders. On behalf of many, thank you, Larry, for your leadership, your mentorship, and your friendship. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Arthur Herbert Hausman, who passed away earlier this year at the age of 102. Our nation owes Arthur a profound debt of gratitude for his lifetime of service. During World War II, Arthur served at Bletchley Park on Project Ultra, helping to decrypt enemy communications alongside Alan Turing and other legends of the era. Their work proved instrumental in securing the Allied victory in World War II. Arthur later served as an electronic scientist with the Department of Defense and helped lay the foundation for the National Security Agency. His groundbreaking work in cryptography, secure communications, and technological innovation left an indelible mark on our national security institutions and made us all safer. Yet Arthur's greatest legacy lives through his family and the community that he helped to build, including Congregation Beth Am and Los Altos Hills. His integrity, ingenuity, and patriotism will endure in the hearts of his children, his grandchildren, and in the hearts of a grateful nation. May his memory be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman from California yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 82nd anniversary of the liberation of Guam. On July 21st, 1944, American forces returned to Guam and liberated our island after nearly 3 years of Japanese occupation. For the Chamorro people and all who call Guam home, liberation marked the end of a period defined by fear and suffering. But today, I want to recognize the special courage of Guam's greatest generation. Throughout the occupation, there was one source of strength that united the people, their faith. When families were separated, they prayed. When food was scarce, they prayed. When they faced the uncertainty that tomorrow might never come, they prayed. Prayer became the act of hope. Many survivors have shared stories of praying the rosary together in secret, of gathering quietly with family, and of finding strength in Scripture. Those prayers sustained a people who refused to lose their humanity, even during one of the darkest chapters of Guam's history. These moments served as powerful reminder that while liberation was won through the ones who fought on the battlefield, many endured through the steadfast faith of those who never gave up hope at home. 82 years later, the people of Guam continued to carry forward the legacy. And we continue to pray for lasting peace, for the safety of the brave men and women who served our nation today, and for a world where future generations will never have to endure what Guam experienced during World War II. We commemorate this year's theme, Para y Honra, Para y Gloria, which means for her honor, for her glory. May God continue to watch over our beloved island of Guam and grant us the lasting peace for generations to come. Madam Speaker, I rise today to strongly denounce the end of birthright citizenship for the Territories Act. The author of this bill is quick to offer assurances that the bill explicitly carves out protection for the children born to U.S. citizens and permanent residents on Guam who will fully retain their American citizenship. They present this as a reasonable compromise, a harmless safeguard for our local families. But, Madam Speaker, do not mistake patronizing concession for respect. The cause does not ease the fundamental insult of this legislation. It merely exposes its hypocrisy. By including the very language, this body openly acknowledges that it is attempting to do in the territories what the Supreme Court just ruled it cannot constitutionally do in the 50 states. It exploits the fact that citizenship in Guam is governed by statute rather than full embrace of the 14th Amendment. It creates a dangerous and deeply insulting double standard. It signals to our community that the ground under our feet is lesser class of American soil. It says that while the state's borders are structurally protected from Washington legislative whims, the legal fabric of our island cannot be experimented on by federal mandates. Our citizenship was not handed to us by casual gift or a line item to be tinkered with. It was forged in the fires of World War II through the brutality of enemy occupation, where our people suffered yet never once wavered in their alliance to the United States. We have repaid the honor by serving the United States Armed Forces, where our sons and daughters serve at a rate higher than nearly any jurisdiction in the nation. To tell a population that bears a great weight of defending this republic that Congress can selectively alter birthright citizenship on their soil is a profound sign of disrespect. It treats the sacred bond of our citizenship as a secondary status subject to political whims of Washington. We do not ask for constitutional handouts or patronizing exemptions. We ask for equality. We demand that the soil our veterans defended be treated with the exact same constitutional reverence as the 50 states. This bill fails the test of basic respect, and I urge my colleagues, reject this double standard and join me in denouncing this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, source of all wisdom, goodness, truth, and knowledge, we appeal to you for the direction and counsel needed to meet the challenges and to faithfully execute the tasks set before us today. Make us wise, first in our asking. Given the purity of your wisdom, may we humble ourselves to receive it. Aware that what comes from you is peace-loving and gentle, may we be willing to slow our tempers and to temper our judgment in the disagreements we are sure to encounter. What you offer requires that we be open to reason and full of mercy. May the fruit of today's labors be sensible and abounding in your goodness. Lord, the guidance and grace you offer us are neither uncertain nor insincere. May we, in our certitude, be sincere in our engagement one with another. And then may we reflect the sincerity found in your wisdom and confident in your will for the living of this day. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be recognized for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Nicholas Dale, who gave his life battling the Gold Mountain Fire in southwestern Colorado. On July 12th, Nicholas was piloting a firefighting helicopter when his aircraft went down in Silverjack Reservoir. He was 56 years old and had traveled from Sook, British Columbia to help protect a state that was not his own. We owe an enormous debt to aerial firefighters like Nicholas. Mission after mission, they fly into smoke and over rugged terrain so ground crews can gain the upper hand and communities have a fighting chance. Nicholas is the 4th firefighter to lose his life battling Colorado wildfires this past month. His death is a sobering reminder of the risks wildland firefighters and aviators accept every time they take to the sky or the fire line. Few Coloradans will ever see their faces, but everyone benefits from their courage, and we thank them sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 81st anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima. 81 years ago, on the 6th of August, which will happen in a couple of weeks, the first instance of a nuclear war, of a nuclear weapon being deployed against a civilian population occurred. My cousin Kikoe Takagi survived the bombing because she was sick and stayed home instead of being at the city center at Ground Zero with her middle school classmates. The vast majority of her middle school classmates perished that morning. She is a hibakusha, a survivor of the atomic bombing. The U.S. and Russia had the New START Treaty, which limited the number of nuclear warheads in both their respective arsenals. This year, the Trump administration allowed it to expire, dealing a major blow to arms control efforts. We must not allow negligence or indifference to lead to a disaster in the absence of diplomatic safeguards. I call on the Congress, the President, and all of us to return to leadership in reversing the arms control race. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 2 exceptional leaders from Indiana's 9th District, Steve and Julia Moore. whose commitment to protecting children has earned them the honor of having their names added to the Founders Wall at Johns Hopkins University. The Founders Wall honors individuals whose generosity and commitment have made a lasting impact on the mission at Johns Hopkins. Through their support of the Moore Center to Prevent Child Sexual Abuse, Steve and Julia have played a vital role in furthering groundbreaking research, education, and prevention efforts focused on ending child sexual abuse. For the Moores, this mission is deeply personal. After experiencing the lasting effects of child sexual abuse within their own family, Steve and Julia made a courageous decision to use their story and family name to bring awareness to an issue that has often remained hidden and help break the cycle of abuse. Through the Moore Center, they've transformed a personal hardship into a mission of hope, bringing a greater awareness, supporting prevention-based solutions, and helping to protect future generations from experiencing the lasting effects of child sexual abuse. Mr. Speaker, in addition of the Steve and Julia Moore, their names to the Founders Wall at Johns Hopkins is a fitting recognition of their dedication to serving others and improving the lives of children and families. I'm proud to recognize them on this well-deserved honor and thank them for their extraordinary generosity and service to protecting children and strengthening families for generations to come. And I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
In order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1703, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 656, H.R. 1703, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to clarify payment rules for manual wheelchairs under Part B of the Medicare program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous materials on H.R. 1703.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I will now yield to my good friend, the sponsor of this legislation, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, head of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, my good friend from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 1703, the Choices for Increased Mobility Act. This important piece of legislation clarifies the payment rules for manual wheelchairs under Medicare Part B. The bill allows Medicare patients the choice to decide whether a titanium or a carbon fiber wheelchair is right for them, giving patients the option to pay out of pocket for wheelchair upgrades if that is their choice. To restore this choice for Medicare patients, this bill creates 2 new wheelchair codes and enables upgrades within existing codes. Importantly, this will remove barriers to patients, allowing the patient to access the upgraded benefit at no additional cost to CMS. We must remove obstacles that prevent patients from taking full advantage of their Medicare benefits and give them the freedom to choose the equipment that is right for the patient, a decision that has profound impacts on their individual lives. This bipartisan legislation will remove the barrier that since 2016 has impeded access to lightweight wheelchair options for individuals with mobility impairments. I am proud to see this important bill come to the House floor today, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on H.R. 1703, the Choices for Increased Mobility Act, and this bill would clarify Medicare payment rules for ultra-lightweight manual wheelchairs and allow Medicare beneficiaries to upgrade to wheelchairs with titanium or carbon fiber materials at their own cost. The bill would give beneficiaries the choice to select a wide range of wheelchairs. Under the bill, seniors would have the choice to acquire a wheelchair with titanium or carbon fiber materials through the Medicare program with additional out-of-pocket costs. And I'm glad that the bill would require suppliers to notify beneficiaries of the additional financial liability. Now, Mr. Speaker, while I support this bill, I am concerned that the bill only helps higher-income seniors who can afford to pay out of pocket for these additional upgrades beyond what is covered under the Medicare program. The universality of the Medicare program and the fact that all beneficiaries have access to the same benefits is an important principle, in my opinion, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1703, led by my good friend who just spoke previously, Representative Joyce of Pennsylvania. Medicare beneficiaries should not be limited in their ability to access the right wheelchair to help them move freely in their daily lives. Ultimately, the payment clarifications in this legislation are intended to improve access to wheelchair upgrades among Medicare beneficiaries who choose to do so. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. And before I yield, I have no further speakers on this bill, but I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I would just ask that we support this bill. It's bipartisan, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This is a bipartisan bill. It is something we all support, and I thank my colleagues for supporting it. I yield back my I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1703 as amended? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rule and pass the bill H.R. 2715 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 613, H.R. 2715, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to extend the destruction authority of the Secretary of Health and Human Services to articles that present a significant public health concern and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous materials in H.R. 2715.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield 5 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. Looks like we have 2 friends from Louisiana supporting this, who sponsored this bill today, Mr. Higgins and Mr. Carter. So I will yield 5 minutes to Sheriff Higgins from Louisiana.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2715, the Destruction of Hazardous Imports Act. H.R. 2715 ensures that contaminated imports, ranging from radioactive seafood to illegal Chinese vapes, do not reach American consumers and cause harm. Initially, this legislation began as an effort to target toxin-laced foreign seafood. However, my colleague and I, Representative Carter, quickly learned that the Department of Health and Human Services cannot destroy other articles, including food, devices, and specific drugs, even though they may pose serious health risks. Without the authority granted within H.R. 2715, dangerous and poisonous imports can find their way to American markets. This legislation grants the Food and Drug Administration additional authority to destroy any articles that fail initial inspection, preventing foreign importers from port shopping or rebranding their products. This legislation introduces strict penalties for the reintroduction of destroyed items into interstate commerce, ensuring that harmful imported goods are permanently barred from entering our markets. Bad actors attempting to undermine these enforcement measures will face accountability. Strengthening this legislative framework will protect public safety and reinforce our commitment to stringent oversight of imported goods to mirror the American safety standards that American producers must live with. In January, the FDA released its legislative proposals for fiscal year 2026. This included a request for the authority to require importers to destroy any FDA-related product that's refused entry into the United States and that presents a significant public health concern. H.R. 2715 supports the administration and follows through by adding the FDA's already existing authority to destroy imported medical devices and medications with any article that poses a health risk to the public. As we work to improve our nation's health and reverse the lingering effects of unfair trade policies, it is essential that the FDA has the authority to eliminate toxic foods and drugs from our country. The Destruction of Hazardous Imports Act protects Americans' health and prioritizes our domestic industry. I urge full support and swift passage. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2715, the Destruction of Hazardous Imports Act, led by Representatives Carter and Higgins of Louisiana. And this bill would provide the Food and Drug Administration with the authority to require importers to destroy products that pose a significant public health concern, preventing them from being shipped to another port of entry. These products have, in fact, included food contaminated with salmonella, listeria, and carcinogenic unapproved animal drugs, as well as misbranded medical devices. It also includes illegal e-cigarette products that are flooding the market from places like China. These are dangerous products, Mr. Speaker. Providing FDA with the authority to compel destruction and requiring the importer to pay for such destruction will provide a strong disincentive to those seeking to prioritize profits over product safety. And we need to make sure that Americans are not unwittingly exposed to harmful products, and in this authority is going to prevent that. So I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2715, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
So I really appreciate my friends from Louisiana, both of them, for bringing this forward. This is important. Think about what we're talking about here is that a contaminated seafood, illicit drugs, all these other things are getting stopped at a port of entry, but FDA has no authority to destroy them. So as my friend from New Jersey just said, they get returned and they come into another port. Now, as good as our people are at our ports of entry, you know, you keep sending the same thing through over and over, eventually it's going to get through. It makes no sense. Makes no sense not to allow the FDA to destroy these products. And I support this bill, and I will reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to yield now 4 minutes to a member of our committee, my colleague and the Democratic sponsor of this bill, Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2715, the Destruction of Hazardous Imports Act, which I introduced with my Louisiana colleague, Representative Clay Higgins. This bill will protect American consumers and create a level playing field for American businesses by authorizing the Food and Drug Administration to order the destruction of imported products found to pose a significant public health concern. Under current law, foreign exporters can ship contaminated or counterfeit products to the U.S., knowing they can withdraw the shipment if FDA flags it. They can then try to enter through a different port where the shipment may be caught, a practice known as port shopping. This loophole endangers our health and undermines our food and drug safety systems. This bill authorizes the Food and Drug Administration to require an importer to destroy an FDA-regulated product that was refused entry into the U.S. because it poses significant public health concern, with the cost of the destruction at the importer's expense. This bill also prohibits the unauthorized movement of any article designated for destruction by the FDA. Some imported foods, especially seafood, have been found to be contaminated with carcinogenic drugs, pesticides, and other harmful impurities. Beyond food, there's been a rise in imports of dangerous vape devices and e-liquids containing banned substances and excessive nicotine, as well as counterfeit drugs like GLP-1s. This threat is real and is documented. Exporters, especially Chinese exporters, have been caught resubmitting rejected shipments at different ports. This bill closes that loophole and creates a deterrent for bad actors. Congressman Higgins and I have worked hand in hand with our domestic fishing industry on this legislation, including the Southern Shrimp Alliance. American fishermen perform backbreaking work and operate under strict U.S. food safety, labor, and environmental rules that raise their costs significantly. Meanwhile, some foreign producers cut corners and still get multiple chances to dump non-compliant and often dangerous products into the American marketplace. Seafood imports continue to pour into the United States, increasing the volume each year, undercutting domestic fishermen. Last year, the U.S. imported 6.4 billion pounds of foreign seafood, a 10% increase from 2019. As imports have increased, American commercial fishermen landing has declined. In 2024, the U.S. commercial landings totaled 7.7 billion pounds. For the first time, landings have been below 8 million pounds since 1988. Louisiana's commercial fishing industry has particularly been hit hard by this flood of foreign imports. Since 2021, Louisiana shrimpers have seen the value of their catch drop by more than 50%, falling from $131 million in 2021 to just $61 million in 2024. As you can see, this is in fact a real threat. Passing this bill would deter bad actors from flooding the market with unsafe products and provide American fishermen with a fair playing field, allowing them to sustainably harvest millions of additional pounds of shrimp and other seafood each year. This is a real issue, and I'm proud to be working in a bipartisan way to address an issue that will impact not just Louisiana, not just America, but our country. With that, I urge the passage of this critical legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves.
I have no further speakers and prepared to close, so I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge support for this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2715 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For purposes, the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2821.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 614, H.R. 2821, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, to publish a final rule relating to non-clinical testing methods.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 2821.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2821, led by my colleagues, Representative Carter of Georgia and Representative Badagon, which requires the Secretary of HHS to publish rules amending certain regulations by replacing references to animal tests, data, studies, models, and research with the broader term non-clinical tests, data, studies, models, and research. Biomedical research typically utilizes animal models to explore biological processes, analyze diseases, and explore potential therapies. However, given the concerns and scientific limitations of animal testing, researchers have increasingly turned to new approach methodologies to evaluate drugs when scientifically justified. The scientific community has worked diligently to balance animal welfare concerns and the value of animal tests in research. I am pleased with the progress to date and look forward to seeing continued evidence-driven advancements in this space. And I want to commend the administration for their work to phase out animal testing where it is scientifically appropriate and for achieving the key goals in the first year of implementing the roadmap to reducing animal testing in preclinical safety studies. I appreciate my colleague from Georgia for putting this bill forward, and I will reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2821, the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, led by Representative Badagon and Representative Carter of Georgia. The FDA Modernization Act 3.0 would require the Food and Drug Administration to update regulations to replace references to animal tests, data, studies, models, and research in specified sections of Title 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations with reference to non-clinical tests. This would bring FDA's regulation in line with a law passed in 2022 that allowed for alternatives to animal testing in drug development, including those that leverage recent scientific advancements such as computer modeling and cell-based assays. So I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2821, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Georgia, who is a dear friend, a great member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and a leader in this effort with the FDA, with pharmaceuticals, just about anything that's very important to the American people. He is absolute leader in that. So I'll yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 2821, the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, bipartisan legislation that ensures the FDA fully embraces modern science while reducing unnecessary animal testing. Many of our families would feel incomplete without the pets and animals that bring unconditional love into our lives. Yet every year, millions of animals, including dogs, man's best friend, are still subjected to testing and the development of new medicines. As policymakers, we have a responsibility to protect those who cannot protect themselves. That responsibility includes embracing scientific innovation that can reduce unnecessary animal suffering while continuing to deliver safe and effective treatments to patients. In 2022, Congress took an important first step by passing the FDA Modernization Act 2.0. I was proud to help lead that effort. That law gave drug developers the ability to use modern, scientifically validated alternatives to traditional animal testing when appropriate. Congress made its intent clear. We wanted to encourage more effective, more humane, and more innovative approaches to drug development. Unfortunately, the previous administration failed to fully implement the law. Without clear implementation, too many researchers have lacked the certainty they need, and too many animals continue to be used in testing that modern science can increasingly replace. H.R. 2821 ensures the FDA finally carries out the will of Congress. This bill is not lowering standards, it's about raising them. Today's researchers have access to technologies that simply did not exist a generation ago. Advanced human cell models, organ-on-a-chip technology, artificial intelligence, and computational modeling. These innovative tools have the potential to better predict how medicines will perform in humans while reducing reliance on animal testing. Our laws should reflect the science of today, not the science of decades past. Modernizing drug development doesn't just benefit animals, it benefits patients. By providing greater clarity and encouraging the use of validated alternative methods, we can make the drug development process more efficient. That means fewer unnecessary delays and more innovation. And ultimately, that means life-saving treatments can reach patients more quickly without compromising the FDA's rigorous standards for safety and effectiveness. This is a common-sense, bipartisan bill. It reflects a simple principle. We can advance medical innovation while improving animal welfare. Those goals are not in conflict. In fact, they go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, the FDA Modernization Act 3.0 fulfills the promise Congress made when we passed FDA Modernization Act 2.0. It ensures that modern science is fully incorporated into our regulatory process. It helps reduce unnecessary animal testing and strengthens American medical innovation. And it helps bring new therapies to patients more efficiently. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2821, the FDA Modernization Act of 3.0. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 2821, the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, introduced by Representative Carter from Georgia. I'm proud to co-lead this bill with him and a bipartisan group of my colleagues, Representative Barragan, Buchanan, DeLaura, and Harshbarger. Over 3 years ago, the FDA Modernization Act of 2.0 was signed into law, allowing the agency to approve human drugs without requiring animal testing through modern, often more effective alternatives. Despite this progress, the FDA has still not issued updated regulations to clarify where alternatives to animal testing are in fact permissible. This legislation takes action to close the gap by requiring the FDA to fully implement the reforms that Congress has already enacted and to help reduce unnecessary animal testing in drug development. By ensuring the full implementation of the FDA Modernization Act 2.0, this legislation will help modernize and transform drug development for the 21st century, accelerate safer, more effective medical breakthroughs, and advance more humane scientific research. This is long overdue. We see the unnecessary slaughtering of animals for research when there are other alternatives that may be, in fact, more humane, more effective, and more cost-effective, rather. Yet we continue to do the same thing as if. I am proud to be a part of this bill that will go a long ways into protecting lives, advancing technological, scientific finds, and creating a better, more humane system. Overall, our bill will win, is a big win for patients, a big win for innovation, and a big win for animal welfare. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on passing this critical legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve. I have no further speakers. I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Urge passage of this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2821? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4348.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 630, H.R. 4348, a bill to reauthorize the Kay Hagan Tick Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 4348.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 4348, led by my colleagues, Representative Smith from New Jersey and Doggett, which authorizes the National and Regional Centers for Excellence in Vector-Borne Disease and the CDC's cooperative agreements with health departments in high-risk areas for vector-borne diseases. Vectors like mosquitoes, ticks, fleas carry dangerous diseases, and vector-borne diseases can happen to anyone and can have debilitating effects. Preventing these diseases is a bipartisan issue that I hope we all can support. In addition to thanking the bill's sponsors for their leadership in advancing the efforts to reduce the alarming threat of vector-borne disease, I also want to thank the administration for their support of this bill and for their commitment to the American people by combating Lyme disease, which affects almost 500,000 Americans annually. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4348, the Kay Hagan Tick Act, sponsored by my colleague Chris Smith of New Jersey and Lloyd Doggett of Texas. I understand that Mr. Kane from New Jersey is also a sponsor. And this bill reauthorizes the National Strategy and Regional Centers of Excellence in Vector-Borne Diseases. Tick-borne diseases, including Lyme disease, have rapidly increased over the last decades. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that nearly 500,000 people may, in fact, be diagnosed and treated for Lyme disease every year in the United States. And that's a dramatic increase from 30,000 annual cases just 2 decades ago. H.R. 4348 would expand research, improve testing, and coordinate vector-borne disease efforts across the federal government. The bill would also reauthorize funding for regional centers of excellence for surveillance, prevention, and response to vector-borne diseases, and reauthorize grants to state health departments to support vector-borne disease infrastructure. And tick and vector-borne disease has rapidly increased, Mr. Speaker, particularly in the northeastern part of our country. And I encourage all my colleagues to honor the legacy of Senator Kay Hagan, who died of complications from a tick-borne disease, by voting yes on H.R. 4348. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, who's a leader who's been passionate about this bill and has continued to urge that we get this bill to the floor, and I'm proud to see him here today. So I will yield as much time as he may consume to my friend from New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Chairman Guthrie for his personal and extraordinarily strong support of H.R. 4348 and his staff. Director Megan Jackson, thank you. Health Subcommittee staff Jay Goshen and Emma Schultz-Heiss, thank you as well. Special thanks to my good friend Frank Pallone, our Health Subcommittee Chair Morgan Griffith, Ranking Member Diana DeGette, as well as the original sponsors Lloyd Daggett, Paul Tonko, and Tom Kane. Mr. Speaker, at a May 29th press conference in New Hampshire, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., who has been a tremendous leader in the war on Lyme disease, announced a, quote, sweeping new plan to combat Lyme disease and to advance treatment. Secretary Kennedy said millions of Americans are battling Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses, and they've spent years searching for answers, treatment, and support. Today, the Trump administration is launching one of the most ambitious federal efforts ever to combat Lyme disease by accelerating research, expanding innovation, and improving care for patients and families. We are going after this disease at its source, driving further and faster diagnostics and new prevention strategies, and delivering the urgency and action Americans deserve. The initiative, he said, will develop and deploy practical strategies to target and eliminate ticks on wildlife before they can spread diseases to humans. And that has been lacking for decades, to go after the ticks themselves. Lyme disease, Mr. Speaker, he said, remains one of the nation's fastest growing vector-borne health threats. More than 476,000 Americans are diagnosed with Lyme disease each year. And the recent data show emergency room visits for tick bites reached their highest springtime level in nearly a decade. Secretary Kennedy also announced new actions to combat alpha-gal syndrome, a tick-associated condition that can trigger potentially serious allergic reactions to red meat and other products. CDC estimates nearly 500,000 Americans are living with alpha-gal syndrome, though emerging evidence suggests the true number may be significantly higher. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues know, ticks not only transmit Lyme disease, but other deadly and debilitating illnesses such as alpha-gal, babesiosis, Powassan disease, Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and anaplasmosis. Vector-borne diseases are now endemic in regions of the country where they have not historically been present. Disease-laden ticks are now found in all 48 states, contiguous states. The problem is exploding. It's not abating. It is therefore critical that Congress take immediate action to support and further sustain ongoing efforts to combat these insidious diseases that kill and disable. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4348, a 5-year reauthorization of the Kay Hagan Tick Act, a law that expires on September 30th, My colleagues will recall that our distinguished colleague, North Carolina Senator Kay Hagan, suffered a tick bite and died in 2019 from encephalitis caused by the Powassan virus. The current law and reauthorization is named in her honor. The original Kay Hagan Tick Act, which I led in 2019 here in the House, and Susan Collins led it in the Senate, became part of the Appropriations Act in 2020. The act created, among other things, a whole-of-government national strategy to combat Lyme and other tick-borne diseases with special focus on surveillance, diagnosis, treatment, education, and prevention. I would note parenthetically that I've been working on Lyme disease since 1992, when Pat Smith, no relation, of Wall Township, who actually formed the Lyme Disease Association of America, came up to me in Wall Township and said, "What are you doing about Lyme?" And I said, "Nothing." We had lunch. I've been working on it ever since. And I introduced my first comprehensive bill, one of many. At times we had over 100 co-sponsors, called the Lyme Disease Initiative Act of 1998. That's almost 30 years ago, and we could not move it. It was blocked over and over again. There were some people at HHS and at CDC and elsewhere who were saying, just take 2 weeks of doxycycline and you're cured. Not when you have chronic Lyme. That takes a very serious effort, very often with a Lyme literate doctor, in order to overcome and put that disease into remission. In February of 2024, I'd remind my colleagues, HHS released the National Public Health Strategy to prevent and control vector-borne diseases, and it is an excellent strategy, and we're acting on that now as well. It also supports the whole-of-government assault on Lyme. It authorizes $50 million over 5 years for regional centers of excellence. It also, as we did in the original law, authorizes $100 million over 5 years to tangibly assist states and public health departments and other local entities to support the development and implementation of evidence-based research, interventions, and treatment with respect to the Lyme disease epidemic. I urge my colleagues to support it, and again, I thank our distinguished chair for yielding and for his leadership.
Thank you, and I reserve, and I have no further speakers.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to my colleague who chairs the subcommittee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Gentleman from New York
who's
is
the ranking
recognized
member
for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. I rise in strong support of the Tick Act legislation I'm leading along with my colleagues, Representatives Chris Smith, Lloyd Doggett, and Tom Keene. The Tick Act would reauthorize key programs at the CDC that fund both research and support for local public health agencies to address tick-borne diseases such as Lyme disease. Tick-borne diseases are a large and growing problem in New York, with more than 18,000 cases of Lyme disease reported in New York State in 2024. Lyme can cause serious health consequences, and for some, long-term complications persist after treatment. With a warming climate, tick populations and ranges are on the rise, leading to fears that tick-borne diseases will continue to increase in frequency in the years to come. Already, warning signs are blaring that 2026 could be the worst year for tick exposures since 2017, based on CDC tracking data. In this backdrop, research investments and public health resources are more vital than ever, and that's what the Tick Act will deliver. I am proud to have worked on this common sense, bipartisan bill, and I would urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
I reserve. I have no further speakers. I reserve.
Gentleman from Jersey is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would urge my colleagues to support this bill on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Yet, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4348? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5160 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 629, H.R. 5160, a bill to reauthorize the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Act of 2005 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation to insert extraneous materials in H.R. 5160.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5160, led by my colleagues, Representatives Smith and Matsui, to reauthorize the C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program and the National Blood Cord Inventory Program. The C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program supports patients across the country with identifying, matching, and facilitating the distribution of bone marrow, peripheral blood stem cells, and cord blood donors for those who need blood stem cell transplants. This is critically important for those patients without a related family member who's unable to donate. For some patients, blood stem cell transplants are an opportunity for remission or even a cure when other treatments have failed, and this bill ensures patients have access to those life-saving opportunities. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5160, the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Reauthorization Act. This bill reauthorizes the C.W. Bill Young Cell Transplantation Program and the National Cord Blood Inventory, 2 programs that serve as national registries to connect patients with life-saving care. Each year, thousands of Americans are diagnosed with conditions that could require stem cell transplants, such as leukemia, lymphoma, sickle cell anemia, and other immune system disorders. Some patients have a fully matched relative who can serve as a donor, but most patients require a search for an unrelated donor. And this transplantation program helps identify, match, and facilitate the distribution of stem cells and cord blood from unrelated donors. The National Cord Blood Inventory Program maintains a robust inventory of high-quality cord blood units that can be used for research or transplantation. And I'm pleased that we're considering this bill to extend these programs. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2493, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 5 minutes to my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to the chairman. Mr. Speaker, each year over 3.6 million babies are born in the United States. In the past, virtually every placenta and umbilical cord was tossed as medical waste. Today, doctors have turned this medical waste into medical miracles. Not only has God in his infinite wisdom and goodness created a placenta and an umbilical cord to nurture and protect the precious life of an unborn child, but now we know that another gift awaits immediately after birth. Something very special is left behind, umbilical cord blood that is teeming with life-saving stem cells. Mr. Speaker, today the House will vote to reauthorize the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Act of 2005, a law that I authored 21 years ago. That law created a new nationwide umbilical cord blood stem cell program designed to collect, derive, type, and cryogenically freeze cord blood units for transplantation into patients to mitigate and cure serious disease. The law also provided that cord blood stem cells be used for research. The new cord blood program was combined with an expanded bone marrow initiative crafted over several years by our distinguished colleague, former colleague, Congressman Bill Young. Umbilical cord blood stem cells, Mr. Speaker, obtained after the birth of a child have proven to be highly efficacious in treating over 75 diseases, including lymphoma, leukemia, sickle cell disease, and other metabolic and immune deficiencies. I want to thank Dr. Joanne Kurtzberg of Duke University, an internationally renowned expert in pediatric hematology, oncology, and umbilical cord blood banking and transplantation. She helped draft, Dr. Kurtzberg, our original law 26 years ago. It took 5 long years to enact it into law. It was blocked at many turns, but she was right there from the beginning and continues to be an extraordinary pioneer in the field. Earlier today, Dr. Kurtzberg, I called her up, and we do talk a lot, and she said cord blood has been used as a donor for transplants, enabling over 50,000 patients with cancer, blood disease, and other genetic conditions to have a life-saving treatment. Cord blood is also used as starting material for manufacturing immune effector cells like CAR T cells and others to treat patients with cancer and autoimmune diseases. She said there is exciting research now using cord blood to treat children with cerebral palsy, birth asphyxia, and autism. Mr. Speaker, the National Cord Blood Inventory, created by the original law and continued in this reauthorization, provides funding to public cord blood banks participating in the program to allow them to expand the national inventory of cord blood units that are available for transplant. These units are then listed on the registry by the National Marrow Donor Program. The funds appropriated thus far have led to an important increase in the use of these units, and the registry now has approximately 121,000 available units. The program registry allows patients and physicians to locate matching cord blood units, as well as adult donors for both marrow and peripheral blood stem cells transplants. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, authorizes $280 million for these programs over 5 years, $115 million for cord blood, $165 million for bone marrow programs to ensure that thousands of present and future patients benefit from this extraordinary field of regenerative medicine. Again, I, like the last bill, am deeply grateful to Chairman Guthrie for his amazing support and leadership in advancing the bill. I want to thank others, including my friend Frank Pallone, Doris Matsui, who's the prime Democrat co-sponsor, Mr. Bilirakis, one of the originals and a great supporter, Ms. Pingree, Ms. Tenney, and Mr. Mafuni, and others. We have others, but they were the originals. I want to thank also the staff. I want to thank some on my staff, including Rebecca West, Evan Heitman, John McDonough, who just worked overtime. There's always, as you know, so many details to be attended to. And of course, the staff director, Megan Jackson, and again, Emma and Jackie Weidrich, who worked on the Democrat side in helping to get this passed to the floor. Thank you so much. This will save lives. I urge support for it.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I have no additional speakers.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, very important member of our committee, chairman of the CMT subcommittee. Yield as much time as he may consume to Mr. Bilirakis.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairman as well. I rise today in strong support of the Stem Cell Therapeutic and Research Reauthorization Act, bipartisan legislation that will save lives by ensuring continued access to stem cell, bone marrow, and cord blood transplants for patients across our nation. Every year, thousands of Americans battling leukemia, lymphoma, sickle cell disease, and other blood disorders rely on the C.W. Bill Young program to help find a compatible donor. For many patients, that match is their only chance at survival, Mr. Speaker. This legislation reauthorizes the program, modernizes the national cord blood inventory, and strengthens our nation's transplant system to help ensure patients continue to have access to these life-saving transplants. I'm grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working together to advance this important piece of legislation. I will tell you, I know that Representative Smith has done an outstanding job over the years. Really, he's done a great job leading this particular bill. And, you know, he works on bills, Mr. Speaker, that actually they positively directly affect our constituents. So we appreciate him and the great chairman, and of course the ranking member, Mr. Pallone. I urge my colleagues to pass this good piece of legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves.
I reserve and prepare to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge support for this bill. It's not only bipartisan, but very important, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to encourage a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5160 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3747 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 628, H.R. 3747, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the Project ECHO grant program to establish grants under such program to disseminate knowledge and build capacity to address Alzheimer's disease and other dementias and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation.
Without objection.
And to insert extraneous matter in the materials on H.R. 3747.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3747, led by my colleagues, Representative Balderson and Bodegon, which would reauthorize the Technology-Enabled Collaborative Learning Program. The Technology Collaborative Learning Program health education model connects healthcare professionals through interactive video conferencing, which helps meet people where they are by promoting access to specialty care for people who otherwise may not be able to access it because of where they live. This is a valuable tool for clinicians to both continue learning and improve existing knowledge of the best practices and to support the care for patients in their communities, particularly effective for patients in rural communities, which I represent many, and I am proud to support this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3747, the ADAPT Act. This bill reauthorizes Project ECHO, or the Expanding Capacity for Health Outcomes Grant Program at the Health Resources and Service Administration. And this program uses video conferencing technology to train, advise, and support clinicians to improve access to specialty treatment in rural and underserved areas. By connecting primary care providers in rural areas with specialists in academic medical centers or other specialized settings, these providers receive the support they need to manage complex patient conditions, and rural patients are more likely to receive the care that they need closer to home. So I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3747, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, a very important member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Balderson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. I rise today in support of H.R. 3747, the ADAPT Act. Alzheimer's disease is one of the most significant public health challenges facing our country today. More than 7 million Americans, including over 236,000 Ohioans, are living with this devastating disease, and those numbers continue to grow. The sooner we can identify Alzheimer's and other dementias, the sooner patients and families can begin treatment, plan for the future, and access the care and support they need. For many families, especially in rural and underserved communities, a primary care provider is the first and often only healthcare professional they see when memory loss or cognitive decline begins. The ADAPT Act strengthens and reauthorizes the Project ECHO program, giving those providers access to specialized training and mentoring so they can recognize the signs of potential condition and deliver better care earlier and closer to home. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, which is a practical, bipartisan solution that strengthens our healthcare workforce and improves access to qualified care for patients and families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who's the ranking member of our Environment Subcommittee.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. I rise in strong support of the ADAPT Act, legislation I'm proud to be co-leading along with my good friends and colleagues, Representatives Troy Balderson, Annette Badagan, and Darren LaHood. Alzheimer's is a devastating disease that impacts nearly 427,000 individuals in New York State alone. I would imagine that everyone in this room has been impacted in some form by Alzheimer's at some point. It is first and foremost a human crisis, but it is also a federal budget crisis. That's why I've been proud to be a champion of Alzheimer's-related issues during my time in Congress, and why I feel so strongly about advancing the ADAPT Act today. The ADAPT Act represents an investment in our provider workforce as we enter a new era of dementia care, with emerging tools like blood-based biomarker tests making earlier, more accessible diagnoses possible, and increasingly shifting diagnosis into primary care. This legislation is designed to close the gaps in dementia training by ensuring providers are prepared to responsibly adopt and apply these innovations in everyday practice. One proven way to address this issue is with the Project ECHO training model. In my district, in the capital region of New York, health systems like St. Peter's Health Partners in Albany County are already using the ECHO model and working to improve dementia care. In closing, I am indeed proud to have worked on the ADAPT Act and urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense legislation that addresses advancements in this field of dementia care. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from New Jersey the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to a member of the Ways and Means Committee, gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman Guthrie and everyone involved with this piece of legislation. And I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3747, the ADAPT Act. And I'm proud to co-lead alongside Representative Balderson, Representative Berrigan, and Representative Tonka. Alzheimer's disease is a growing public health crisis that is sadly projected to affect nearly 14 million Americans by 2050. Yet today, Alzheimer's and related dementias go undetected in the primary care setting roughly half of the time. With a rapidly aging population, we must ensure that primary care providers have the training and resources they need to recognize early signs of cognitive decline and connect patients and families with the appropriate care and support. The ADAPT Act is about making sure expertise reaches every provider community. It helps detect, diagnose, and manage Alzheimer's earlier and more effectively, especially in rural and underserved areas where access to dementia specialists can be very limited. Earlier diagnosis can never be more important than now. As new diagnostic tools and treatment options continue to emerge, helping providers identify patients sooner can improve care planning and give patients greater support when early intervention is most impactful. This legislation is a critical step towards closing the diagnosis gap and reducing care disparities in rural communities. Let's give providers the resources they need by utilizing these impactful virtual education programs that help reach vulnerable patients. I'm proud to co-lead this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I'm prepared to close.
Thank you. I would urge my colleagues to support this legislation. It's bipartisan, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you. I encourage a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3747 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2001 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 626, H.R. 2001, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the grant program for addressing dental workforce needs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 2001.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2001, led by my colleagues Representative Kelly and Representative Dr. Simpson, which reauthorizes a grant program that helps states develop and implement programs to address the need for dental professionals in areas facing workforce shortage. Oral health is foundational to a person's overall health, as poor oral health may cause issues with daily tasks like eating and negatively impacts a person's ability to take part in school or work. This legislation is a bipartisan effort to help improve the oral health of all Americans by ensuring that communities across the nation have access to strong oral health programs despite dental workforce shortages. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2001, the Action for Dental Health Act, led by Representative Kelly. Access to oral health care is critical to ensuring a person's health and well-being. Too often, however, oral health is overlooked. Tooth decay is the most common chronic disease in both children and adults in the United States. In fact, more than 1 in 4 adults have untreated cavities, and nearly half of American adults show signs of gum disease. So we need to expand access to oral health care, including strengthening the oral health care workforce. The Action for Dental Health Act reauthorizes state oral health workforce improvement programs. These programs seek to enhance dental workforce planning and development through the support of innovative programs that meet the individual needs of each funded state. So I hope my colleagues will join me in this effort to strengthen and expand access to oral health care. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2001, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I will yield 5 minutes to my good friend who's member of the Appropriations Committee and also a dentist, so he knows this issue well, my good friend, Mr. Simpson from Idaho.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2001, the Action for Dental Health Act. This bill reauthorizes grants to state and local organizations to address dental workforce needs and improve access to care for patients. Administered by the Health Resources Services Administration, or HRSA, these grants play a vital role in supporting programs that provide oral health care to vulnerable and underserved populations, especially children, seniors, and those living in rural areas. Since it was first implemented, the Action for Dental Health Act has delivered meaningful results. It has enhanced dental services for hardworking American families, strengthened the dental safety net, and brought disease prevention and education programs directly into communities that have been overlooked for far too long. It has also increased awareness of the importance of oral health to overall health. This is why this reauthorization is so critical. We still have a lot of work to do, especially with dental workforce shortages and the alarming number of adults and children suffering from untreated dental disease. According to the American Dental Association, 9 out of 10 dentists report difficulties in recruiting dental hygienists and assistants, a challenge that is particularly difficult in rural areas. As a result, many dental practices are overwhelmed by trying to see their patients in a timely manner. As a former dentist in my hometown of Blackfoot, Idaho, I have seen firsthand the value of good oral health and the consequences of neglect. And for people who don't have access to dental care, oral health disease is almost 100% inevitable. In fact, it is the most common chronic disease affecting children in the United States. The more we can provide patients with an early diagnosis, the better off these patients and their healthcare systems will be. As co-chair of the Congressional Oral Health Caucus, I am in a fortunate position to have the ability to impact the oral health initiatives that deserve to be prioritized. That is why I want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Congresswoman Kelly, for her continued leadership on this issue. I was proud to partner with her in 2018 when the Action for Dental Health Act was first passed, and I'm pleased to see the House of Representatives working again in a bipartisan fashion to consider this reauthorization. I look forward to getting this important bill across the finish line and sent to the President's desk. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Who yields? Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Illinois, a member of our committee who has for a long time championed the health care concerns of low-income and underserved people.
The lady from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to speak on my bipartisan bill, H.R. 2001, the Action for Dental Health Act, to reauthorize vital oral health workforce grants through 2030. Even though it is entirely preventable, tooth decay remains the most prevalent chronic disease among children and adults in this country. Right now, millions of Americans live in communities with a severe shortage of dental health professionals. This means that kids are forced to grow up with untreated tooth decay, impacting their ability to eat, play, and learn. It means that adults are skipping care until a simple cavity becomes an infection, and an infection becomes an emergency room visit. It means that seniors are forced to live with toothlessness or chronic dental pain with potentially life-saving consequences. Dental health is often an indication of overall health, which is why we must address the barriers to these services and ensure that everyone has access to reliable care. The more we can address early diagnosis, intervention, and preventative dental treatments, the better off our patients and our healthcare system will be. The Action for Dental Health Bill reauthorizes vital funds to grow the oral health workforce, support oral health education, and establish dental homes. Passing this bill is a major step forward by supporting local organizations and strengthening existing resources. We will expand oral health care in underserved communities, reducing dental disease and preventing costly emergency room visits. I'd like to thank my colleague, Congressman Mike Simpson of Idaho, for his work on this bill. As one of a handful of dentists in Congress, I thank him for his expertise and partnership on such an important effort. I have been proud to work with my colleagues on oral health issues since 2013. I'm glad to see bipartisan support on such a critical issue. Let's act now to ensure every American in need has access to quality dental health services, and I yield back.
Lady from Illinois yields. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I reserve, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge support for this bipartisan bill, and obviously dental care is so important. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my friend from New Jersey. Dental care is important. I encourage a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2001 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1493 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1493, a bill to reauthorize and make improvements to federal programs relating to the prevention, detection, and treatment of traumatic brain injuries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 1493.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1493, led by my colleagues, Representative Pallone and Bacon, which will reauthorize HHS programs that allocate resources for traumatic brain injury prevention, improving access to TBI rehabilitation and TBI patient advocacy systems. TBI is a significant public health burden and a major driver of death and disability. In 2021 alone, there were over 69,000 TBI-related deaths. Though we may make every effort to prevent TBI from occurring in the first place, it is critical that when a TBI occurs, we are prepared and ready to employ resources that support patients in their recovery and rehabilitation. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1493, my bill to reauthorize the Traumatic Brain Injury Program Reauthorization Act. This bipartisan legislation reauthorizes through fiscal year 2030 the critical federal programs dedicated to the prevention, detection, treatment, and surveillance of traumatic brain injuries. It also renames the National TBI Surveillance Program to honor the legacy of my dear friend, the late Representative Bill Pascrell, Jr. of New Jersey, who founded and led the Congressional Brain Injury Task Force for more than 2 decades after meeting his constituent, Dennis Benigno of Clifton, New Jersey, whose son suffered a life-changing traumatic brain injury in a car crash. The Traumatic Brain Injury Act was signed into law in 1996. At that time, our understanding of these injuries was so limited that public health experts called TBI the silent epidemic. And we did not know how many Americans were affected each year, who was most at risk, or how many people were left with permanent life-altering disability. And that first law authorized federal support and programs to research TBI research and conduct surveillance, both directly and through grants to public and nonprofit organizations. Now, this initial federal investment has transformed what we know now and identified what we still need to do. Because Congress chose to invest, we now know that traumatic brain injury sends more than 214,000 Americans to the hospital in a single year, and that it takes roughly 69,000 lives annually, nearly 190 deaths every single day. We know that more than 5.3 million Americans are living today with a lifelong disability caused by a brain injury, and we know who is most at risk: older adults who fall, service members and veterans, athletes on playing fields across the country, victims of domestic violence, and far, far too many children. There's also the economic toll of treating, rehabilitating, and caring for these individuals throughout their lives. Mr. Speaker, Congress's investment gave us the tools to act on what the data revealed, from concussion guidelines that protect young athletes to targeted prevention for the older Americans most likely to be hospitalized, and none of that existed before the federal partnership and Representative Pascrell's leadership. All of it is at risk if we continue to allow this work to lapse. Since the program's inception in 1996, Congress has reauthorized this act on a bipartisan basis time and again. However, despite bipartisan efforts by our committee to continue reauthorizing these programs, the federal authorization lapsed in 2024. Without reauthorization, research slows, surveillance weakens, and the support services that patients and families depend on are put in jeopardy. And we cannot afford to lose momentum on an issue that touches veterans, athletes, survivors of violence, older adults, and countless other Americans in every one of our districts. So H.R. 1493 renews 3 proven programs. First, it reauthorizes the CBC's TBI program, which drives our national research, surveillance, and prevention efforts. Second, it reauthorizes the Administration for Community Living's state partnership grant programs, which helps states, tribal organizations, and their partners connect survivors to rehabilitation and community-based services. And third, it reauthorizes the State Protection and Advocacy Program, which safeguards the rights of Americans living with brain injury. This is a modest federal investment with an extraordinary reach. Since 1997, 48 states, 2 territories, and the District of Columbia have used these partnership grants to build the very systems that their residents now rely on. And this bill does not simply extend those programs, but strengthens them. It requires the Department of Health and Human Services to conduct a study and report to Congress on traumatic brain injury, and it directs the CDC to publish information on the populations at highest risk and on the strategies to protect them so that Congress and our public health officials can respond to the growing needs of these communities with better data and clear priorities. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a common-sense bipartisan bill that benefits all Americans. It advanced out of committee without a single dissenting vote. This bill supports research, it strengthens care, and it helps ensure that Americans living with traumatic brain injuries are not left behind. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close. But
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to close.
Thank you. And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues to support this bill on a bipartisan basis, in part because how important it is, but in part also because it honors my friend, Congressman Bill Pascrell. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1493 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4541 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 650, H.R. 4541, a bill to reauthorize the Young Women's Breast Health Education and Awareness Requires Learning Young Act of 2009.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials in H.R. 4541.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise to strong support today of H.R. 4541, led by my colleagues, Representative Wasserman Schultz and Miller Meeks. This bill reauthorizes funding for the breast cancer education and awareness requires learning young, which supports critical education outreach and provider training efforts through HHS, acting through the CDC to close the gaps between screening and detection of breast cancer in women under the age of 45 and those at high risk. Breast cancer is the second most common of cancer, the second leading cause of cancer death among American women, claiming the lives of roughly 42,000 women annually. The EARLY Act has played a significant role in increasing breast cancer awareness and prevention efforts, and we must vote today to ensure future generations of women continue to benefit from these efforts. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4541, the Early Reauthorization Act. Breast cancer remains the most common cancer among women, with 321,000 new cases and 42,000 projected deaths just this year alone. While breast cancer is often thought as affecting older women, younger women are often diagnosed too late, where treatment options are more limited and, frankly, outcomes are worse. Approximately 16% of all new breast cancer cases occur in women under the age of 50. The importance of early detection simply cannot be overstated. Women diagnosed at an early stage have survival rates exceeding 99%. However, that number can fall to 30% when breast cancer is detected at later stages. Despite these realities, younger women between the ages of 25 and 40 continue to face disproportionately high rates of aggressive breast cancers. The Early Act has helped drive national progress in breast cancer awareness, education, and prevention. H.R. 4541 reauthorizes these critical efforts, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Lady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 4 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his work in this regard, and I'm proud to co-lead this critical legislation, Mr. Speaker, to reauthorize the Breast Cancer Education and Awareness Requires Leading Young, or EARLY Act, a proven life-saving initiative that promotes early detection and education for young and high-risk women. Breast cancer remains the most common cancer among women, with over 300,000 new cases and 42,000 projected deaths in 2025 alone. I have seen the power of early detection up close, Mr. Speaker. Both my mom and my sister are breast cancer survivors, and this is a very, very personal issue. And it shows how early detection is the most effective tool there is to improve outcomes. Also included in this legislation is the Screens Act, which I am proud to co-lead. This legislation reauthorizes a national breast and cervical cancer early detection program, expanding services to ensure more Americans, especially those who are low income or underinsured, can receive early life-saving care. Mr. Speaker, passing H.R. 4541 is a critical step in ensuring that more Americans have access to early detection services and education, and we can prevent needless suffering and needless loss of life. I want to thank my co-chair of the Cancer Caucus, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for leading the EARLY Act, and Representative Morelli for his work in leading the Screens Act. I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Again, and I just want to commend my colleague. I know he talked about his mom and his sister, but as we all know, those of us who have been here for a little bit of time, his brother was our colleague, and he had cancer as well. And we miss him, and God bless your family. I will reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Colorado.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 3 minutes to a fierce, fierce advocate and longtime fighter for early breast cancer detection, Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz from Florida.
The lady from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick. I was proud to be elected in the same class as your late brother, Mike. He was a good and decent man, someone who always reached across the aisle, and I was really fortunate to be able to serve with him and with you. And thank you for continuing the fight against cancer with us. And I'm proud to rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, the Breast Cancer Education and Awareness Requires Learning Young Act, or the Early Reauthorization Act. First, thank you to Chairman Guthrie and Ranking Member Pallone for your strong support of this legislation, because 1 in 8 American women, as you've heard, will get breast cancer still, and 42,000 are expected to lose their life from it this year. But the earlier it's caught, the better our chances are to survive and beat it. When breast cancer is caught in its earliest stage, survival rates shoot up to 99%. Trust me, I know, catching it early saved my life. Almost 18 years ago, when I was just 41 years old, I heard those 4 harrowing words, "You have breast cancer." And I can tell you, I remember feeling like I was being crushed by an anvil. Like many Ashkenazi Jewish women, I found out I carry the BRCA2 gene mutation, making me far more likely to get breast cancer during my lifetime and ovarian cancer, and far more likely for recurrence. After 15 months and many surgeries and tons of support from family and close friends, I was cancer-free. Finding it early saved my life, and now we have generational awareness of this genetic risk in my family. But millions of young women need these same tools. So once I was cancer-free, I passed the original Early Act, which became law in 2010. Since it first became law, breast cancer cases have steadily risen by 1.4% annually for women under 50, twice the rate of older women, and by as much as 3.5% in women between 20 and 29. The law created 3 CDC programs that help young and high-risk women focus on breast cancer risks and address the reality of rising breast cancer rates in young women. The Bring Your Brave campaign amplifies stories to raise awareness in young women 18 to 44 about unique risks, signs, and symptoms. The Young Breast Cancer Survivors Program funds grants for nonprofits that provide support services and resources to boost patient survival and their quality of life. It also ensures healthcare providers know the unique challenges that breast cancer poses to young and high-risk women because, unfortunately, too many young women and high-risk women are dismissed by healthcare providers, thinking, oh, what you have is just a cyst, or young women don't get breast cancer. The bottom line is reauthorizing the Early Act saves women's lives, and I'm proud to team up with Representatives Miller-Meeks, Castor, Fitzpatrick, Dingell, and Harshbarger, and Senators Klobuchar and Crapo to make sure those resources are out there for all of us. Early detection, can I have another 30 seconds?
I yield the gentlelady another 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Early detection is our most powerful tool to beat cancer. It can be the difference between life and death, especially in combating breast cancer, especially for those with inherited mutations and women at higher risk, like Black women, for whom a deadlier form of breast cancer known as triple negative is more likely. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, the Senate to quickly pass it, and the President to make it law, because breast cancer diagnoses are on the rise in younger women, and we must meet this moment. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields.
Reserve.
Lady from Colorado reserves. Gentleman from
I
Kentucky.
reserve and have no further speakers on this legislation.
Gentleman reserves. The lady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is right.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4541 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye, Mr. Speaker.
Those opposed? No.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
I request a vote on the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
On this bill.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3491.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 627, H.R. 3491, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a program of research, training, and investigation related to Down syndrome and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 3491.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3491, led by my colleagues, Representatives DeGette and Hudson. This bill would authorize the Include project at the National Institutes of Health, which advances research into Down syndrome to improve the health and quality of life individuals with Down syndrome and their families. This project investigates conditions that affect people with Down syndrome as well as the general public, with the hope of improving our understanding of the condition and advancing the quality of life outcomes for individuals with Down syndrome and patients facing similar medical issues. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my bill with Representative Hudson, the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act, codifies the renaissance in Down syndrome research at NIH that was kicked off when the Include Project began in 2018. This bill sustains and encourages this critical research. After being left behind by NIH for nearly 20 years, the Down syndrome community is finally seeing research advancements that will extend and improve their lives. What we learn from this research will not only help us better understand Down syndrome, but also heart disease, Alzheimer's, cancer, and many co-occurring conditions. I'm so proud that much of this work is happening right in my home district of Denver, Colorado. The Cernick Institute for Down Syndrome on the Anschutz Medical Campus leads more than 200 scientists at the largest Down syndrome research facility in the world. They see incredible breakthroughs every day. This type of innovation puts science first and benefits not only individuals living with Down syndrome and their families, but every single one of them, because we're learning more and more about disease biology and just why some conditions work differently in people with Down syndrome. It's why the bill passed the House last Congress with unanimous support. I'm so happy that I was able to work for many years with my friend, the former chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Kathy McMorris Rogers, on this bill in the last Congress. I know it is a labor of love and deeply personal for her, her family, and every family that's been touched by Down syndrome. It's been an honor to also work with my constituent, Michelle C. Witten, who's the president of the Global Down Syndrome Foundation, who's been a driving force for this bill and a fierce advocate for her daughter and everyone with Down syndrome. And with my friend and colleague, Representative Hudson, whose dedication to the Down syndrome community has been essential to push this bill closer to the finish line. I simply could not have had a better partner on this issue. The Include Project Act will ensure that critical Down syndrome research continues to advance. This year, it must finally be enacted into law. I urge my colleagues to join Representative Hudson and me to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'll reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Colorado.
I'd be delighted to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, another great advocate for this bill.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the my colleague from Colorado for yielding. I rise in strong support of the Deandra Dixon Include Project Act and applaud my colleagues, Representative Diana DeGette and Richard Hudson, for championing this critical piece of legislation. The Deandra Dixon Include Project Act will help ensure the NIH Include project continues advancing research that improves health outcomes, expands scientific understanding, and enhances quality of life for individuals with Down syndrome and their families. This legislation builds upon one of our nation's most successful investments in Down syndrome research. Already, these investments have led to major breakthroughs in how Down syndrome interacts with other health conditions that have a high incidence in the community, such as immune system disorders, or cancer, or Alzheimer's, and more. Every one of these breakthroughs carries the hope for a brighter tomorrow for individuals living with Down syndrome. I would also like to recognize that this progress doesn't happen without sustained advocacy. In particular, I would like to highlight the role of the Global Down Syndrome Foundation and its founder, Michelle C. Witten, for their tireless advocacy to make this happen today. I again thank our co-leads, Representatives DeGette and Hudson, for their outstanding leadership, and I look forward to supporting this measure on the House floor. With that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Colorado.
Gentleman yields. Lady from Colorado
I yield back.
yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky
I'm
is
prepared to yield back as well. I just want to say I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3491? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6238 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 638, H.R. 6238, a bill to establish the Improve Initiative within the National Institutes of Health.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6238.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6238, led by my colleagues, Representative Underwood and Fitzpatrick, which authorizes the implementing of a maternal health and pregnancy outcomes vision for everyone initiative within the National Institutes of Health. According to CDC estimates, more than 80% of the pregnancy-related deaths and roughly half of the severe maternal morbidity events could be prevented. That is why it is so essential for us to advance the Improve Initiative, which supports research into identifying and reducing preventable causes of maternal death and ways to improve maternal health outcomes. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The lady's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, shockingly, the U.S. has the highest rate of maternal mortality among developed nations in this entire world. And what's worse is the mortality rates for women of color are exponentially higher than that of the general population. Black women die from pregnancy-related causes at rates at least 3 times those of white women, and that's irrespective of socioeconomic status or income. It's appalling that this statistic has emerged from data collection by state maternal mortality reviews committees. Congress affirmed its support for these committees in February by reauthorizing my bill, the Preventing Maternal Deaths Act. Thanks to this enduring bipartisan commitment, we've identified the problem that 649 women died of maternal causes in the U.S. in 2024. Now that we identified the problem, we need to work together to solve it. 80 to 84% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable. The Improve Initiative at NIH investigates the leading cause of these deaths, supports the development of interventions to prevent them, and importantly, identifies factors that contribute to disparities in maternal health. We must not let this critical program lapse. I want to thank Representatives Underwood and Fitzpatrick for their undying and wonderful leadership on this bill, as well as my friend and colleague Robin Kelly, who's been a leader on this issue for more than a decade. I urge my colleagues to join us in passing the bill today, because no pregnancy-related death is acceptable in the richest nation in the world. I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again will yield 5 minutes to my good friend from Pennsylvania, member of Ways and Means and the Intel Committee, and really passionate about these issues. And my friend from Colorado has touched on this. This is something we absolutely have to get to the bottom of. And I'm very thankful for the leadership for the gentlelady from Illinois and my friend from Pennsylvania, who I'll yield 5 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman as well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of our legislation, H.R. 6238, the NIH Improve Act. Mr. Speaker, this critical legislation will ensure consistent funding for research on maternal care and mortality. So many maternal deaths in America are preventable, and addressing that reality demands research that is stable, research that is long-term, and research that is grounded in measurable outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the NIH Improvement Act locks in the dedicated funding NIH's maternal health portfolio so desperately needs to track outcomes over time, evaluate what works in high-risk settings, and direct resources to the communities facing the greatest challenges. This bipartisan legislation strengthens a proven NIH initiative and ensures that mothers across our nation will benefit from research that saves lives and improves care through the entire pregnancy journey. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Representative Underwood, for her leadership on this critical piece of legislation to ensure that improvements to maternal health across our nation continue and are strengthened. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, H.R. 6238, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. A lady from Colorado.
I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, Congresswoman Underwood from Illinois.
Lady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the NIH Improve Act. This bipartisan bill, co-led by Congressman Fitzpatrick, will provide consistent funding for research on maternal mortality. The United States has the highest pregnancy-related death rate of any high-income country, and Black women are dying at the highest rate of all. And the crisis is only getting worse. Over the past 2 decades, maternal mortality rates have more than doubled, and disparities have worsened. What's both frustrating and promising is that over 80% of these deaths are preventable. That's why in 2019, I worked with the NIH to start the Improve Initiative, which stands for Implementing a Maternal Health and Pregnancy Outcomes Vision for Everyone. Through Improve, we are making smart investments in evidence-based solutions that save moms' lives and advance birth equity. Over the past 7 years, Improve has invested more than $200 million in life-saving research that will help end our nation's maternal health crisis. These investments have already been made all across the country, from Utah to Alabama, Mississippi to Pennsylvania, and to my home state of Illinois. It's already allowing more moms to survive and thrive, and my bill will ensure that this funding keeps flowing to the communities that need it the most. NIH Improve Act is one of the 14 bills that make up the Momnibus, a comprehensive package of evidence-based, data-driven bills that address every driver of maternal mortality, morbidity, and disparities in the United States. And I know all my colleagues agree that no mom should feel fear or uncertainty about her pregnancy. So today, I urge them to pass the NIH Improve Act. And after that, we're going to keep it going until the entire Momnibus is signed into law, because together we can end this crisis and keep moms alive. I want to thank Chairman Guthrie and Mr. Pallone for their support for this legislation. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Lady from Colorado reserves.
I reserve. I have no other speakers.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Lady yields. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6238 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8205 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 637, H.R. 8205, a bill to amend the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Act to reauthorize the provisions of such act through fiscal year 2031 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the lady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 8205.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 205, led by my colleagues Representative Quigley and Calvert. H.R. 8205 reauthorizes the Accelerating Access to Critical Therapies for ALS Reauthorization Act, which has supported critical research and development for ALS therapies. The Act for ALS program has worked to expand access to key therapies for both individuals with ALS and those with other rare neurodegenerative conditions. It is imperative that we pass this bill today to continue advancing research and therapeutic development in the fight against this disease. To my fellow Americans living with ALS and their caregivers, Mr. Speaker, I want them to know, to take a moment to recognize that their resilience and their commitment to a better future for themselves and other patients with ALS. Mr. Speaker, I want them to know that I stand with them, and I ask that my colleagues do the same. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The lady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, about 5,000 Americans are diagnosed with ALS every year. It's a disease that causes the nervous system to stop working and die, leading to muscle weakness and eventual paralysis. Essentially, when someone gets the diagnosis, it's a death sentence. I'm all too familiar with this disease and its rapid progression because in 1996, I lost my father-in-law to ALS. The original Act for ALS Act passed in 2021 and unleashed incredible federal resources to improve our understanding of this relentless disease in search of a cure. It revolutionized the way FDA uses real-world evidence to foster the development of ALS therapeutics and gave patients the chance to try investigational drugs for rare neurodegenerative diseases. We have the opportunity today to ensure ALS patients can continue to access promising new therapies, and our preeminent biomedical research institutions can continue to work towards a cure. This reauthorization will provide the continuing statutory basis for the great work that Act for ALS began, and it couldn't come at a better moment. We've seen immense research progress in the 5 years since passage. Health Subcommittee members here today heard from Brian Wallach and Sandra Brevea in our hearing on this bill a few months ago, when they told us with no uncertainty how important it is to people facing down this cruel disease that we keep this momentum going. Brian and Sandra, you are an inspiration to all of us and to people everywhere who are seeking cures for these terrible diseases. And Congressman Mike Quigley, I want to tell you, your unwavering leadership on the original Act for ALS and this reauthorization is saving and improving lives. Thank you for putting us on a path for finding a cure for ALS. I urge my colleague to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize the sponsor of this bill, Mike Quigley from Illinois, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the lady from Colorado for her kind remarks. Mr. Speaker, several years ago, a Chicagoan named Brian Wallach came into my office and shared the fact that he was just diagnosed with ALS, a devastating disease. It steals a person's ability to move or speak. The average life expectancy at the time of someone diagnosed with ALS, 2 to 5 years. When Brian came to visit us in Congress, that was the reality he was facing. He co-founded an organization called I Am ALS with his wife, Sandra Brevea. Her life changed, too, overnight when she became an ALS caretaker. But since then, she co-founded a company to improve the care of people living with ALS. This awe-inspiring couple came to my office with a big idea to advance ALS research and access to treatments. After meeting with them, I was convinced that ALS was not incurable. The research was just underfunded. I was moved by their dedication to each other and the cause. Like too many families across the country, my family has been touched by neurodegenerative diseases. I lost my father to Parkinson's. But since I started working on the first act for ALS, there hasn't been one member of Congress that I talked to that didn't have a personal story or know the impact of one of these diseases. Our bipartisan work on the first act for ALS broke through the bitter politics that can divide this place. I believe we have the opportunity to do that again today. In the last 5 years, Act for ALS programs have helped people living with ALS to access promising therapies. They have created new methods for researchers to share their work and sustain critical natural history studies. Since we passed the first bill 5 years ago, we've been able to secure over $350 million in federal funding for these programs. Today, we're voting on a bill to extend these programs for 5 more years. To everyone living with ALS who has advocated for this bill, I hope today's vote shows that Congress hears you, and we are here for you, and that every once in a while we break through, and at those moments, I'm proud to serve here. To Brian, who is still with us fighting the disease, and Sandra, thank you for your tireless advocacy and big dreams. Finally, I want to thank Representative King Calvert for his work on this with me in the House, and Senators Chris Coons and Lisa Murkowski for their work in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Colorado
I yield back.
yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I just want to say, Brian and Sandra, they've testified before our committee. When I was first elected to Congress, we had a family, the Inzer family from Bullitt County, Kentucky, who came to see me. I got to know Mitch. Unfortunately, went to services, his funeral, and just a family. That's how it was touched. This is important to me. And so I strongly encourage everybody to vote for this bill. There may be a procedural call on this bill. This bill will pass this week. I look forward to for seeing it pass and sent to the Senate and hopefully signed into law very soon. So I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8205 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Yes.
Speaker?
Excuse me, 1 second. The gentleman will suspend. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
2/3. 1 second. Finish reading that. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose is the gentleman from Kentucky seek?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. So let's go for what John? It's like, dude, wouldn't you just wait your turn? For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8823, putting patients first by strengthening provider accountability in FECA Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8823, a bill to amend the Federal Employees Compensation Act to allow the Secretary of Labor to suspend payments to medical providers who have been convicted of fraud.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tecano, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 8823.
Without objection.
I yield to myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8823, bipartisan legislation that protects both taxpayers and the federal employees who rely on the Federal Employees Compensation Act. when they are injured on the job. Federal workers who are navigating an injury deserve timely, honest, and compassionate care, not to become the target of fraud. Programs like FICA exist to ensure these workers receive the medical treatment and support they need to recover. Unfortunately, some bad actors have exploited that trust. Instead of following through on their responsibility to care for injured workers, certain medical providers have treated FICA like a personal ATM, submitting fraudulent claims, abusing the system, and enriching themselves at the expense of both taxpayers and the very people they were entrusted to help. The Office of Inspector General recently testified before Congress that since 2015, it has opened more than 320 criminal investigations involving the FICA program. These investigations have resulted in the indictment and conviction of 322 individuals and more than $1.7 billion in recovered funds. This is unacceptable. Every fraudulent claim weakens a program that countless injured federal employees depend upon. And every act of deception undermines confidence in a system that exists to support workers during a difficult moment in their lives. H.R. 8823 delivers a straightforward, common-sense solution. It codifies existing Department of Labor policy to prevent medical providers who are convicted of defrauding FICA from continuing to receive taxpayer-funded payments through the program. If someone has been found guilty of exploiting injured workers and stealing public funds, they should not continue to profit from the very program they abused. This legislation sends a clear message, Mr. Speaker. If you cheat taxpayers, exploit injured workers, and abuse the public trust, there will be consequences. Fraud should have no place in our workers' compensation system. Ambulance-chasing schemes and dishonest providers have taken advantage of this program for far too long. Today, we have the opportunity to put on an end to that abuse and reaffirm that these funds are meant to serve injured workers, not line the pockets of fraudsters. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8823 and tell these scammers that their payday is over. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8823, putting patients first by strengthening provider accountability in FICA Act. Providers are the greatest source of fraud in the Federal Employees Compensation Act program, otherwise known as FICA. For example, during this committee's oversight of the opioid crisis, we learned about corrupt compounding pharmacies that were crushing up pills and putting them in the creams. And even though the medicines in those pills were not absorbed through the skin, a 15-ounce tube of this useless cream got charged to the FICA program for $15,000. Existing rules allow the Labor Department to strike a provider from the list of eligible providers in the FICA program when they're convicted of fraud in any public health program. But those rules do not enable the department to stop payment on any claims that a convicted provider has already submitted prior to the conviction. That could amount to millions of dollars in claims with a high risk of fraud moving through the system. There are, of course, due process issues that could arise, but this bill already contemplates those issues by empowering the Labor Department to develop appropriate rules for implementing the new authority. All in all, this bill closes an important gap and protects taxpayers. I'm grateful to my colleagues, Representatives Omar and McKenzie, for their leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Workforce Protections and the author of this legislation, Mr. McKenzie.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8823, the Putting Patients First by Strengthening Provider Accountability in FECA Act, which I am leading alongside my colleague, Representative Omar. H.R. 8823 amends the FECA program, or the Federal Employees Compensation Act, to codify the Department of Labor's ability to suspend payments to medical care providers who have been convicted of fraud with respect to this program. Each year, the FECA program provides benefits to hundreds of thousands of injured federal workers. This is their system, and they deserve for it to operate efficiently, reliably, and effectively. That requires us to establish common sense protections against bad actors who would abuse FECA and rip off the federal workers in the process. Throughout this year, we have heard numerous concerning reports of providers targeting federal programs with fraudulent schemes, and FECA is no exception. As chair of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, I held a hearing in which we witnessed and heard from those who testified about fraud costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, money that could have gone toward providing quality care to federal workers who were injured. This is unacceptable. Every dollar that goes to a fraudulent provider is one less dollar going towards providing high-quality medical care to an injured federal worker. That's why, when a provider is convicted of fraud, the Department of Labor should have clear authority to shut down the flow of taxpayer dollars that was going into their pockets. Currently, DOL has the authority to suspend payments to medical providers who are convicted of fraudulent activity. However, this authority has not been codified and also could be rescinded at any time. When it comes to protecting taxpayers and injured workers, our laws must be clear. No dollars should go to fraudulent providers now or at any point in the future. That's why H.R. 8823 gives DOL the permanent authority to block bad actors from hijacking the system that federal workers rely on. H.R. 8823 does not aim to restrict access to medical care for our injured federal employees. Instead, this bill helps ensure that care is only delivered by providers who meet clear standards of professional and ethical conduct. It's time that we give taxpayers and federal workers the common sense, bipartisan protections that they deserve, and that is why I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, so I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This simple bipartisan bill protects taxpayers. It does so without weakening the FECA program. It simply targets truly bad actors, corrupt physicians, pharmacists, and other providers who exploit injured federal workers and rip off the FECA program. This is an example of the kind of reform that makes sense. We're not saving money by turning our backs on the people who need these benefits. Instead, we're focusing the attention where it ought to be, on the providers who profit off of workers' pain unlawfully. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families across the nation carefully budget every dollar they earn to provide for themselves and their loved ones. When they send their tax dollars to Washington, they deserve to know that their hard-earned money is being managed with the same discipline and responsibility. The American people expect us to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. They work hard, pay their taxes, and deserve to know that those funds are not lining the pockets of fraudsters who exploit the system for personal gain. Fraud is never a victimless crime. It steals taxpayers' dollars and diverts funds away from those they are intended to serve. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar that cannot be used to provide legitimate care for injured workers or fulfill commitments we have made to them. Congress has a responsibility to protect both the integrity of our programs and the taxpayers who fund them. That means ensuring there are real consequences for those who abuse the public's trust and preventing them from continuing to do so. It also means taking common sense steps to strengthen accountability and safeguard the programs that millions rely upon. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 8823 does exactly that. It helps ensure that providers who have been convicted of defrauding the Federal Employees Compensation Act program cannot be continued and allowed to profit from the very program they exploited. This is a straightforward measure that protects taxpayers and strengthens accountability and preserves the integrity of an important program for injured federal workers. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, stand up for responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars, and vote yes on H.R. 8823. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8823 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan
request
serve?
the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. House will be in order. For what purposes the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1118 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1118, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code and Title 10 United States Code to provide best value through the multiple award schedule program and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the Value Over Cost Act, H.R. 1118, which modernizes the General Services Administration's government-wide multiple award schedule program. GSA's multiple award schedule program is the federal government's most used contracting procedure for commercial products and services. Federal agencies rely on the multiple award schedule to purchase the best commercial products, services, and solutions at the best price. Currently, GSA is required to evaluate the quote-unquote lowest overall cost alternative when determining what will be available on the multiple award schedule. This requires a burdensome process that can actually lead to higher prices over time as contractors pass hidden administrative or ongoing support costs along to the federal government. This bill allows GSA to consider awarding contracts based on the best value instead of the lowest overall cost alternative. This reform mirrors a change that was made in fiscal year 2026 in the National Defense Authorization Act, putting the civilian agencies on equal footing with our defense agencies. This bill will maximize the federal government's ability to get the best value when procuring modern technology. I thank Representatives Byron Donalds and Jared Moskowitz for their leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this targeted government efficiency bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1118, the Value over Cost Act of 2025 as well. The GSA maintains a list of goods and services that they can order from vendors called a multiple award schedule. This simplified process allows the government to make orders quickly and get discounts for bulk purchases. And the Value over Cost Act would clarify that the government can choose these contracts based on best quality, not just lowest cost. These are known as best value contracts, and this is a common sense bill that will make sure the federal government spends its dollars wisely while delivering the American people services they need. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields or reserves? The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important government-wide procurement reform bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1118 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and with the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes, the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes, the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7283.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7283, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to amend the time period for certain acquisition-related dollar thresholds.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time that I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ensuring Federal Purchasing Efficiency Act is a simple, common-sense reform to government procurement. The Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council is required to adjust certain dollar thresholds, such as the simplified acquisition threshold, every 5 years. However, everyone has seen how quickly the value of money can move in just 5 years. This bill would simply require these thresholds to be updated every 3 years instead of every 5 years. These dollar thresholds define the applicability of different policies, procedures, and restrictions to the procurement of property or services needed by federal agencies to achieve their missions. Raising these dollar thresholds more frequently saves taxpayer dollars on administrative costs, increases competition to do business with the government, especially for small businesses. And I urge my colleagues to support this important government efficiency reform legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7283, the Ensuring Federal Purchasing Efficiency Act as well. Every 5 years, the federal government adjusts the dollar limits that we pay for certain goods and services to reflect inflation, and this bill would simply make it every 3 years. It will help ensure that the government can purchase what it needs. It will also make the government bidding process more competitive with the private sector, and it will help us get more value for taxpayer dollars. And so I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7283, the Ensuring Federal Purchasing Efficiency Act. This common sense bipartisan legislation is a government procurement reform bill that allows for far more efficient government spending and reduces the burden on small businesses by ensuring they don't have to navigate different procurement policies from year to year. The Federal Acquisition Council is responsible for making inflation-related adjustments for Title 41 purchasing thresholds. Title 41 of the U.S. Code establishes how the federal government acquires goods and services. These dollar thresholds define the applicability of different policies, procedures, and restrictions to the procurement of property or services by federal agencies. Currently, the Federal Acquisition Council makes inflation-related adjustments to purchasing thresholds every 5 years. This bill simply amends Title 41 U.S. Code to require the Federal Acquisition Council to make these adjustments every 3 years instead of 5, as my good friend from Missouri mentioned. Importantly, this bill does not change the procurement threshold criteria for government agencies. By allowing these inflation-related adjustments to occur more often, it allows federal acquisitions to better align with purchasing power. In other words, it allows them to be more, say it with me, efficient, something that we need more of at this federal level. Adjusting for inflation on a more frequent basis will save tax dollars spent on administrative costs and will help small businesses by freeing them from navigating different procurement policies every single year. This bill will allow for increased competition to do business with the government and allowing contracting officers to spend more time focusing on larger, more complex procurements. This bill represents part of a suite of procurement-related legislative requests from the administration, specifically the GSA and OMB. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense, bipartisan legislation to promote more government efficiency, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Other speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I thank the gentleman from Missouri for this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The
Madam
gentleman
Speaker,
from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this government procurement reform bill that will lessen administrative burdens for federal agencies and companies doing business with the government. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7283? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and the motion. For what purpose is the gentleman from Missouri? Oh, for what purpose
Speaker,
does the gentleman from Missouri
I object
seek
to
to
the
be
vote.
recognized?
I object to the vote on the ground that the quorum is not present, and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2069.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2069, a bill to amend the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006 to ensure that other transaction agreements are reported to usaspending.gov and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes.
Madam Speaker,
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support this bill, H.R. 2069, the Stop Secret Spending Act of 2025, which requires federal agencies to report complete and accurate information to usaspending.gov. The Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act, as later amended by the Data Act of 2014, established usaspending.gov, a public database of all government spending. It is critical that government spending is transparent to the American people so that they can be assured that agencies are appropriately using their hard-earned tax dollars. Transparency is fundamental in building trust in government. For 20 years, agencies have been required to be more transparent with how they are spending taxpayer dollars, but unfortunately, gaps have been identified in what gets reported to usaspending.gov by federal agencies. Increasingly, federal agencies have relied upon spending authorities known as quote unquote other transaction agreements or OTAs. OTAs are not subject to certain federal acquisition laws and requirements, and most importantly, are not required to be reported to usaspending.gov under current law. Agencies use different methods to report the billions of dollars in spending related to OTAs, according to the Government Accountability Office. This has led to inconsistent reporting and unreliable information, resulting in a lack of full transparency over how billions of dollars are spent by federal agencies. To be clear, the Data Act of 2014 intended for all federal spending to be captured on usaspending.gov. The Stop Secret Spending Act corrects this issue by requiring OTA spending to be reported to usaspending.gov. The bill also requires agencies to report annually on types of funding that previously were unreported for a variety of exemptions. Lastly, it restores the requirement for Agency Inspector General to review the entirety of data submitted to usaspending.gov to ensure that it is complete and accurate. H.R. 2069 will provide more transparency to the American people and allows taxpayers to hold agencies accountable for how they spend your money. I urge my colleagues to support this very common sense legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The American people are working hard to make ends meet, and so they deserve to know how the federal government is spending their tax dollars, and the Stop Secret Spending Act of 2025 helps. It increases transparency on how taxpayer dollars are spent by requiring federal agencies to disclose other transaction agreements, or OTAs. These contracts have historically been excluded from public reporting, but they account for nearly $20 billion annually. This is a common sense measure to increase transparency in federal contracting. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the American people work hard for every dollar they send to Washington, and they deserve to know how every one of those dollars is spent. That is a simple principle behind the Stop Secret Spending Act. Federal agencies have been able to spend billions of taxpayer dollars through what are known as other transaction agreements, those OTAs, without fully reporting those expenditures on usaspending.gov. These agreements may have legitimate uses, but the American people should not have to wonder whether federal spending is being disclosed or not. When our national debt is approaching $40 trillion, transparency is not optional, it is a responsibility. This bill closes a loophole that has allowed significant amounts of federal spending to remain outside the public reporting system. It does not ban OTAs. It does not create unnecessary red tape. It simply requires the agencies to report these agreements so taxpayers can see where their money is going. Every family in Alabama knows where their money is spent. Farmers know where their money is spent. Small business owners know where their money is spent. The federal government should be held to that same standard. Sunlight is one of the best safeguards against waste, fraud, and abuse. Transparency helps Congress do its job. It helps taxpayers hold Washington accountable, and it helps restore trust in government. That is common sense, that is accountability, and that is exactly what the American people expect from their government. Madam Speaker, I urge our colleagues to support the Stop Secret Spending Act, and with that, I'll yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Costs are skyrocketing, and people deserve to know how their money is being spent, and so I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important government-wide federal spending transparency reform bill that will help the public and Congress understand exactly how federal agencies are using the very limited tax dollars that we have, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2069? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4123 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4123, a bill to improve federal technology procurement and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield as much time to myself as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the FIT Procurement Act. Hardworking taxpayers expect the federal government to be a responsible steward of their hard-earned dollars. They make tough financial decisions every day, and they rightly expect Washington to exercise the same discipline and restraint. Too often, however, our federal procurement system does the opposite. It rewards inefficiency, layers on unnecessary administrative burdens, and slows down agency operations, all at the expense of the taxpayer. These inefficiencies drive up costs and limit agencies in their ability to deliver timely and effective results. My bill, the FIT Procurement Act, addresses these challenges through targeted common sense reforms in the federal procurement process. The legislation focuses on reducing unnecessary administrative burdens, improving coordination across agencies, and strengthening the acquisition workforce through better training and clear guidance. To improve workforce capability, the bill requires the Director of Federal Acquisition Institute to develop and implement cross-functional information and communications technology training for acquisition professionals. This ensures those responsible for purchasing information and communication technology have the tools and knowledge needed to make smart, cost-effective decisions. The FIT Procurement Act also increases efficiency by expanding the use of simplified commercial-style purchasing. It raises the micro-purchase threshold from $10,000 to $25,000 and the simplified acquisition threshold from $250,000 to $500,000. Purchases under the micro-purchase threshold require no contracting officer involvement and significantly reduce the administrative overhead. Raising this threshold alone is estimated to save more than $40 million annually while allowing contracting officers to focus on larger, higher-risk acquisitions where oversight matters the most. Increasing the simplified acquisition threshold further reduces administrative costs and improves economic efficiency for small businesses that are competing for federal contracts. In addition, the FIT Procurement Act authorizes advance payments for cloud computing services, allowing federal agencies to access the same upfront payment discounts that are commonly available in the private sector, delivering additional savings to our taxpayers. Taken together, these reforms streamline procurement, reduce wasteful spending, and improve accountability without expanding government or creating new bureaucracy, ultimately leading to disciplined acquisition practices and real savings for the American taxpayer. I thank Chairman Comer for his leadership and commitment to advancing this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4123, the Federal Improvement and Technology Procurement Act of 2025. I'm proud to be co-leading this legislation with the gentleman, and I thank him for his leadership, and I'm glad this bill is bipartisan. One of the things we focused on the Oversight Committee is improving government efficiency and modernization, and the FIT Procurement Act delivers on that goal. It raises the micro-purchasing threshold and the simplified acquisition threshold. These thresholds have not been updated in a very long time. They don't reflect how much things cost these days, and these changes will finally allow agencies to move faster to purchase innovative technologies. The bill also allows federal agencies to prepay for information technology subscriptions, including cloud computing. And prepaying for IT subscriptions will make a huge difference in government access to cutting-edge tools. The bill will also open the door for more small businesses to participate in federal contracting. And most importantly, it's estimated to save taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. This is common sense and everyone wins, so I urge my colleagues to join me and Representative Burleson in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't have said it better than my colleague, Representative Supermaniam. I urge my colleagues to support this long overdue government-wide procurement reform bill that will help the federal government to more efficiently obtain the systems and services that it needs to support our critical missions. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I also urge my colleagues to join me and Representative Burleson in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4123? Those in favor, as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6330 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6330, a bill to amend Title V United States Code to provide for lump sum relocation payments for federal employees relocated in the interest of the government and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reallocating federal employees who receive assignments to change official duty stations is a costly and bureaucratic process. According to the General Service Administration, which manages such relocations, in fiscal year 2024, the cost for employee reallocation across agencies range from $11,000 to a staggering $143,000 per employee. This high cost contrasts with the private sector where reallocation costs are considerably less. In fact, current law and regulations require 7 categories of mandatory reallocation entitlements and another 6 discretionary. This complexity diverts federal agency resources that could otherwise be available for other mission-focused priorities. It also comes at the expense of federal employee satisfaction, as those reallocating are forced to navigate a prolonged bureaucratic maze of document filings and payment processes. Fortunately, there is a tested alternative to the current system as demonstrated by agencies such as the Fish and Wildlife Service and Customs and Border Protection in a recent pilot program. Those agencies have utilized this pilot program to provide negotiated lump sum payments to relocating employees who are then responsible for moving themselves. The simplified lump sum payments and processes have already been demonstrated to reduce agency costs while boosting employee satisfaction. This bill would expand and codify the successful pilot program to allow all agencies to provide these lump sum payments to relocating employees when such alternative is the most cost-effective option. Furthermore, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that enacting H.R. 6330 would save the government $306 million over 5 years. I thank my colleague for offering this legislation and urge my colleagues to vote in favor and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise regarding H.R. 6330, the Federal Relocation Payment Improvement Act. As mentioned, the bill would allow federal agencies to pay for employee relocation costs through a simple lump sum payment. It also directs the government to establish an appeals process for employees to dispute reimbursement decisions, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Burleson. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6330, the Federal Relocation Payment Improvement Act. I am grateful for the overwhelming bipartisan support this legislation received in committee, and I am grateful for the opportunity to present it before the House of Representatives for consideration today. Madam Speaker, our Republican majority was elected on a promise to make the federal government more efficient, reduce bureaucracy, and ensure taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly. My bill fulfills that pledge by streamlining the federal employee relocation process, reducing administrative burdens, lowering costs for American taxpayers, and modernizing an outdated system. To understand why this reform is necessary, let us review how the current process operates. Each year, approximately 33,000 federal employees relocate across the country to meet the operational needs of their agencies at a cost of nearly $1.5 billion to the taxpayer. Under current law, a federal employee who is directed to relocate pays relocation expenses out of pocket, retains documentation for each of those expenses, submits then detailed reimbursement requests, and then waits sometimes more than 2 years to be fully reimbursed. Meanwhile, the agencies tasked with administering these relocation reimbursements dedicate significant time and resources to reviewing, processing, and reconciling each claim. In some cases, a single relocation can generate more than $140,000 in administrative cost. The result is a process that is burdensome for employees, costly for agencies, and inefficient for taxpayers. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, there is a better way. Federal agencies, including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and U.S. Customs and Border Protection, have participated in pilot programs that provide employees with a single upfront lump sum relocation payment instead of requiring reimbursement for each individual expense. And when given the option, federal employees have overwhelmingly chosen this streamlined approach. For instance, U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported nearly $1 million administrative savings. And the GSA estimates expanding this authority across the federal government could save taxpayers between $300 million and $500 million annually. Madam Speaker, that is the purpose of my legislation, H.R. 6330. My bill makes this successful authority permanent and available to every federal agency. My bill preserves agency flexibility by keeping participation optional, and my bill requires agencies to report to Congress on the savings achieved, ensuring continued accountability to Congress and the American taxpayer. For federal employees, this means a simpler and more predictable relocation process. For federal agencies, it means fewer administrative burdens and a more efficient use of administration resources. And for American taxpayers, it means an estimated $300 million to $500 million in annual savings. Thank you to our chairman, James Comer, for his leadership in advancing common sense government reforms, and to my colleague, Representative Burleson, who has distinguished himself as one of the greatest defenders of liberty in Congress, and the members of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform for their thoughtful consideration of my legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support my bill, H.R. 6330, and I yield back to Mr. Burleson.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman
Reserve.
from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important government-wide reform bill that will save hundreds of millions of dollars while improving the lives of the government's and federal workforce. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6330 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1722 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1722, a bill to require an annual report on taxpayer-funded projects that are over budget and behind schedule.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congress cannot sit on the sidelines while government projects continue to soar above cost projections and run behind schedule. Each year, the Government Accountability Office reports on such projects, including federal information technology programs and National Nuclear Security Administration projects. However, there are likely additional government boondoggles flying under the radar, falling years behind schedule or running billions of dollars over budget. The $1 Billion Boondoggle Act would keep policymakers and the public better informed about government-funded projects that are significantly behind schedule or over budget. We cannot fix what we do not know is broken. This bill directs agencies to report on projects that are more than 5 years behind schedule or have expenditures that are at least $1 billion more than the original cost estimate. The Office of Management and Budget is then required to submit an annual report to Congress summarizing these troubled federal projects. Congress has a duty to oversee the federal government for inefficiency and waste. This bill informs policymakers and allows Congress to address failing government projects before further taxpayer dollars are misused. A similar bill passed the House in the 118th Congress as Senate Bill 1258, and the identical Senate Bill 766, sponsored by Senator Joni Ernst, passed the Senate in December of 2025. I thank Representatives Marionette Miller-Meeks and Yasamin Ansari for their work on the House companion bill. It is time to get this bill sent to the President's desk. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in support of H.R. 1722, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act of 2025. Congress has a duty to ensure taxpayer dollars are spent efficiently, transparently, and with real accountability for results. But federal programs often fall behind schedule or go way over budget without Congress's knowledge. This bill would require that Congress be notified of any project that is more than 5 years behind schedule or $1 billion over budget. The report would include explanations of any changes to the project's scope, cost estimate, or completion date. This will help Congress perform critical oversight on behalf of the American people. It'll also keep projects on time and on budget, and this is a bipartisan fix to increase fiscal responsibility. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Miller-Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Rep. Burlinson, for yielding me time and for your support of this important legislation, H.R. 1722, the $1 billion Boondoggle Act. Also, special thanks to my fellow Iowan, Senator Joni Ernst, who is leading this bill in the Senate. She's been a true champion when it comes to exposing Washington's waste and protecting the hard-earned dollars of the American people. Madam Speaker, Washington's worst-kept secret is its prolific spending problem. Families in Iowa and all across this country have to balance their checkbooks every single month. They budget, they plan, and when money is tight, they make it work or they do without. Washington should be held to that very same standard, especially at a time when our national debt is inching towards $400 trillion. But instead of accountability, we get boondoggles. Take the governor of Newsom's high-speed rail in California. It was supposed to cost $33 billion and connect Los Angeles to San Francisco by 2020. Today, it is more than $95 billion over budget and years behind schedule. After more than a decade and billions of taxpayer dollars, they are only now beginning to lay track, and the promised line between Los Angeles and San Francisco is nowhere in sight. What the people were promised and what they got are two very different things. But it's not just California. In Honolulu, a rail project is $4.8 billion over budget, with its completion slipping from 2020 all the way to 2031. In Columbus, a corridor project is 19 years behind schedule. The Federal Reserve's renovation ballooned to nearly $2.5 billion. Air Force One is billions over budget and years behind. And the VA's electronic health record system, meant to serve our veterans, tripled from $16 billion to nearly $50 billion. Madam Speaker, these are not rounding errors. These are betrayals of the people who have paid for them. That's why I introduced the $1 billion Boondoggle Act. It is simple. It requires the federal government to publicly disclose any taxpayer-funded project that is more than $1 billion over budget or more than 5 years behind schedule. No more hiding, no more burying the failures where no one can find them. Sunlight, as they say, is the best disinfectant. Because here's the truth. The American people have a right to know where their money goes. Every dollar Washington wastes is a dollar taken from a farmer in Iowa, a child needing care, a nurse working a double shift, or a young family trying to get ahead. I did not come to Washington to protect its comfortable habits of wasting taxpayer money. I came here to defend the people who pay the bills. This bill puts them front and center where they belong. I want to thank Senator Ernst once again for her partnership, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense legislation. The people of Iowa are watching. The people of America are watching. Let's give them the transparency they deserve. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor of the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important bipartisan and bicameral government reform bill that will ensure the necessary oversight of the over-budget and behind-schedule federal projects that take place. Only when Congress and the public have better visibility into these mismanaged government projects will we be able to avoid such boondoggles in the future. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1722 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection.
Madam Speaker.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5578 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5578, a bill to ensure that whistleblowers, including contractors, are protected from retaliation when a federal employee orders a reprisal and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every person employed by the federal government should have adequate protection from retaliation for speaking out against fraud, waste, or abuse of taxpayer dollars. However, contractors with the federal government have different whistleblower protections than typical government employees. The Department of Housing and Urban Development Office of the Inspector General found that a lack of whistleblower protections for contractors discouraged them from coming forward. This isn't surprising. It is a difficult decision for someone to come forward and risk their job and their livelihood. The Expanding Whistleblower Protections for Contractors Act would address this by strengthening whistleblower protections for federal contractors by prohibiting reprisals for certain actions. Such actions could include disclosure of information the protected individual believes is evidence of mismanagement, waste, abuse, or a substantial and specific danger to public health and safety related to a contract or grant. I want to thank the House Oversight Committee Ranking Member Garcia for his work on this important bill with Chairman Comer and recognize Senators Gary Peters and Chuck Grassley for their steadfast leadership on these necessary reforms. And I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan and bicameral bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5578, the Expanding Whistleblower Protections for Contractors Act. Whistleblowers are crucial to our ability to conduct congressional oversight. They are key to identifying and stopping waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse of power. And millions of workers performing critical jobs for the U.S. government are contractors, not federal civil servants. But they don't have the same whistleblower protections as civil servants right now. And as a result, contractors are less likely to report wrongdoing, especially since they fear retaliation or mistreatment. And this bill would strengthen protections for contractors. It protects them from retaliation for refusal to participate in illegal activity. It also ensures that contractors are legally able to disclose waste, fraud, abuse, and dangers to public health and safety. This bill will help us do our job to uncover abuses of power. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is reserves.
Gentleman from Virginia.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close. I want to thank the ranking member for his leadership on this issue, especially at a time when a lot of folks in the federal civil service and federal contractors are concerned about coming forward. We need to protect whistleblowers more than ever. And so I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this important whistleblower reform bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5578, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3029 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3029, a bill to amend the Research and Development, Competition, and Innovation Act to support nucleic acid screening and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3029, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3029, the Nucleic Acid Standards for Biosecurity Act, introduced by Representative Salinas of Oregon, along with Representative McCormick of Georgia. This bill is about protecting 2 things we all care about: American leadership and the life sciences and the security of the American people. Today, an American company or university laboratory can legally order made-to-order DNA, the basic building blocks of biology, and have it delivered in a matter of days. This technology powers new medicines and vaccines, stronger crops, and advanced manufacturing. It is a real source of American strength, but the same technology that lets us build the biology of the future could, in the wrong hands, potentially be used to assemble the genetic material of a dangerous pathogen. Responsible providers already guard against this. They screen incoming orders against sequences of concern and verify the identities of their customers. However, as this field continues to advance rapidly, the lack of common technical standards and best practices for screening presents an emerging biosecurity risk. That is exactly the kind of work the National Institute of Standards, or NIST, was built to do. NIST is our nation's measurement and standards laboratory. It does not regulate industry. It provides industry with the tools, the benchmarks, and the best practices needed to get this thing right. H.R. 3029 directs NIST to carry out the measurement research needed to make this screening more accurate and reliable by improving screening tools, securing databases of concerning sequences, and developing ways for providers to demonstrate that their screening systems work as intended. It also directs NIST to convene a consortium of the people who actually do this work, including industry, universities, and nonprofit organizations, to develop consensus best practices and a roadmap for the future. This legislation does not create a new regulatory regime for American biotechnology. It strengthens our biosecurity while safeguarding the innovation that keeps us ahead of our competitors. And it passed the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee on a bipartisan basis. I thank Representatives Salinas and McCormick for their work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, American biotech companies are leading a scientific revolution that is transforming our economy. In recent years, we've seen breakthroughs that have delivered promising new treatments for Alzheimer's, new biological alternatives to pesticides, and plastic-eating bacteria, just to name a few. These innovations are making Americans healthier, driving a more sustainable economy, and supporting good jobs. But while America leads the world in these emerging technologies, our competitors are close behind. If we want to ensure American industry stays on top, then American consumers must have confidence in the safety and reliability of our advancements. One of the key ways American companies produce these breakthroughs is by producing synthetic nucleic acids, like DNA and RNA, for use in biotech research. These are an important tool that allows scientists to study gene function, develop novel vaccines, improve diagnostic tests, and pursue countless other life-changing discoveries. Companies like Twist Bioscience in my district are pushing the envelope to accelerate and scale up production, which in turn will facilitate faster discoveries. As this field advances, particularly with the deployment of AI systems to design nucleic acid sequences, we need to double down on efforts to ensure the technology is used safely and responsibly. H.R. 3029, the Nucleic Acid Standards for Biosecurity Act, directs the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NIST, to carry out measurement research and lead consensus-driven standards development to ensure these tools can be harnessed in a trustworthy manner. Businesses, small and large, in Oregon and across the country will benefit from this partnership with NIST. These standards will drive sustainable growth while helping to keep this industry and the good jobs it supports right here in America. Through a common sense partnership between government and industry, we will unlock responsible and trustworthy growth that benefits industry, workers, and consumers across the economy. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Reserves.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I too have no further requests for time and on this bill, and I'm prepared to close. And I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to extend my great gratitude to Chairman Babin, Mr. McCormick, for his bipartisan work, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3029. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. H.R. 3029 is a practical, targeted bill. It directs NIST to develop the science-based standards and best practices needed to make the screening of synthetic DNA much more reliable, helping to ensure that the very technology driving American biotechnology cannot be turned against us. And that is why this bill earned bipartisan support in the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and why it deserves the support of the full House today. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3029, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3029 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Last time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8790 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8790, a bill to amend the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007 to direct research, development, demonstration, and commercial application activities in support of next-generation geothermal and closed-loop geothermal systems in various conditions and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 8790, the bill that is now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8790, the Next Generation Geothermal Research and Development Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representatives Harrigan and Salinas. This bill amends the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007 to include novel geothermal approaches and directs the Department of Energy to support these baseload energy-producing technologies. Thanks to breakthroughs in drilling methods pioneered by the oil and gas sector, we can now drill deeper and increase rock permeability. As a result, regions of the United States that were once unable to support baseload geothermal electricity generation are now viable for power production. This comes at an important time as we race to connect baseload energy to the grid to ensure that we have both reliable power and grid stability needed to support continued economic growth and technological advancement. The bill directs the Department of Energy to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Department of the Interior to facilitate the sharing of geothermal data and to improve understanding of the subsurface. This legislation also provides a critical update to the Department of the Interior's drilling data repository by including additional data sources, periodic updates, and standardized data to enhance its overall functionality and usability. Curating data from public lands gives the government, academia, and industry a better understanding of the subsurface and the resources beneath our feet. This bill also builds upon the success of the Department of Energy's Frontier Observatory for Research in Geothermal Energy, or FORGE, by requiring next-generation geothermal testing at 1 or more additional FORGE sites, if deemed necessary by the Department of Energy. Research conducted at FORGE has provided clear evidence that through innovative drilling, next-generation geothermal systems can be used to generate power. The Next Generation Geothermal Research and Development Act authorizes the Department of Energy to foster this emerging industry by awarding grants to accelerate the development, testing, and implementation of innovative technologies that improve the performance of next-generation geothermal energy projects. Once again, I would like to express my appreciation for the work of Representatives Harrigan and Salinas on this legislation, and I urge on this issue my colleagues to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Americans are facing an affordability crisis. When I talk with Oregonians, they tell me that one of the biggest challenges they face right now is the rising cost of electricity. In addition to rising demand, aging infrastructure, and rising fuel costs, climate change-driven disasters like winter ice storms, wildfires, and drought are also driving up the cost of electricity. We need more tools to ensure we can deliver the reliability and affordability that consumers need. Geothermal energy already delivers clean, round-the-clock power in the western U.S., Building on recent innovations, next-gen geothermal technologies can play an important part in the transition to an affordable and reliable clean energy future across the country. Oregon is already a leader in this space, producing the 5th most geothermal electricity in the U.S. Oregon Institute of Technology opened Oregon's first geothermal power plant in Klamath Falls campus, and for 60 years, the school has heated buildings and supplied hot water with geothermal energy. Now, Oregon is leading the charge with next-gen geothermal technologies. Newberry Volcano in Central Oregon is a hotspot. Anybody laugh? For geothermal innovation. The industry is piloting commercial-scale power plants there, and they are demonstrating new technologies that will allow geothermal systems to operate in extreme heat conditions, which greatly expands the role that these resources can play in our energy mix. This is not just about Oregon or the Mountain West anymore. Next-gen geothermal technologies will make it feasible to deploy geothermal energy across the country and serves as a critical tool in the fight against climate change. This renewable energy will help meet America's energy needs across the nation. Now, the federal government needs to lean in, partner with the private sector, and ensure these technologies move quickly to market so that Americans feel the benefit sooner rather than later. H.R. 8790, the Next Generation Geothermal Research and Development Act, will support new geothermal research, development, demonstration, and commercialization efforts at the Department of Energy to overcome the remaining engineering challenges and take this technology from promise to reality. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, when Americans think about energy, they usually think about things that we can see: oil fields, natural gas pipelines, nuclear power plants, wind farms. But one of the greatest energy opportunities in our country isn't above ground. It's beneath our feet. That's why I'm proud to rise in support of my Next Generation Geothermal Research and Development Act, legislation I'm leading with Congresswoman Salinas. America has an extraordinary opportunity to unlock a new source of reliable, around-the-clock power. A single supercritical geothermal well has the potential to produce more than 7 times the energy of a conventional geothermal well. And experts estimate next-generation geothermal could ultimately provide up to 90 gigawatts of electricity right here at home. The problem is not that our country lacks the resources, but we lack the technology to fully unlock it. This bill helps close that gap. It directs the Department of Energy to tackle the engineering challenges that still stand in the way of commercialization, expands real-world testing, and strengthens the partnerships between our national labs, universities, and private industry that have always driven American innovation. This is exactly what the government should be doing, not picking winners and losers, but helping solve the kinds of technical challenges the private sector can't solve alone. Reliable baseload power is no longer a luxury. As AI transforms our economy, manufacturing returns to America, and electricity demand continues to grow, we need to be investing in the technologies that will power the next generation. More reliable American energy means lower costs for hardworking families, a stronger electric grid, and less dependence on foreign adversaries. This bill does exactly that. I want to thank Congresswoman Salinas for her partnership, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the Next Generation Geothermal Research and Development Act. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Harrigan, for his leadership on this sensible bipartisan bill. Thank the chairman once again, and I urge everyone to vote yes on H.R. 8790. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, the need for the United States to increase reliable baseload energy is very clear. To help meet this demand, the House has recently passed multiple bills to accelerate the development of geothermal energy. This legislation builds on those efforts and will help geothermal play an even greater role in meeting our nation's energy needs. H.R. 8790 authorizes and directs the Department of Energy to support the research and development of next-generation geothermal technologies, helping ensure that American leadership in this emerging industry remains number one. I again want to thank Representative Harrigan for his leadership on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this simple bipartisan measure. And before I close, Madam Speaker, I'd like to insert into the record an exchange of letters on this bill between the House Science Committee and the Committee on Natural Resources.
Without objection.
And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8790 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. H.R. 4541 and H.R. 8823. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4541 as amended, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 650, H.R. 4541, a bill to reauthorize the Young Women's Breast Health Education and Awareness Requires Learning Young Act of 2009.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 394, the nays are 6, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8823 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title.
H.R. 8823, a bill to amend the Federal Employees Compensation Act to allow the Secretary of Labor to suspend payments to medical providers who have been convicted of fraud.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 0, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Waiting on Craig.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 2 U.S.C. 2062 and the order of the House of January 3, 2025 of the following individuals to Advisory Board for the House of Representatives Child Care Center.
Ms. Sonali Shanti Desaya, Arlington, Virginia. Mr. Eric Lewis Delaney of Washington, D.C. Ms. Erin M. Kolodziejski of Arlington, Virginia.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1841.
The request is granted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order in the House. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Denise Mendeler for her commitment to the Special Olympics. Denise, a longtime resident of Potter County, Pennsylvania, has participated in the Special Olympics for 47 years. This incredible organization provides children and adults with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to train and compete in sports. Denise's first competition was in 1978. She competed in bowling, which remains one of her favorite sports. During my time in Congress, I've had the distinct honor of meeting Denise and hearing stories about the annual event. Since her first competition in 1978, Denise has collected 142 medals, a remarkable achievement and a reflection of her hard work and talent. She also serves as a global messenger for Potter County. This position allows athletes to share their personal stories and highlight the positive impact the Special Olympics has on participants. Mr. Speaker, Denise is a phenomenal representative for the Special Olympics and a mentor to athletes across Pennsylvania. I want to congratulate Denise on this incredible milestone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Lord. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank my Chief of Staff, Matt McMurray, for his service to my office and the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. Matt has been with me since day one. When we first met back in 2013, he was a very young man, fresh out of college, starting out as my staff assistant and deputy scheduler. Over the last 13 years, I've watched him earn every single step of his journey, working his way up to legislative assistant, legislative director, and ultimately a great chief of staff. Today, he is still a young man, but he also is a devoted husband and a proud dad. He has truly grown up in this office. I always tease Matt that he was basically born in the Capitol. He knows every single nook, cranny, and historical detail of the building. One of his favorite traditions was sending our new interns on legendary Capitol scavenger hunts, ensuring that they didn't just work here, but they truly learned about the history and unique aspects of life on the Hill. As my chief of staff, Matt has been an exceptional leader. He helped me build a wonderful, dedicated staff, kept a sharp eye on our budget, and made sure our core mission, serving the people of Illinois' 2nd District, was always top of mind. He kept us focused, organized, and grounded. Matt, I wish you nothing but the absolute best in your new endeavors. The organization you are joining is incredibly lucky to have you, but let me be clear, just because you're moving on doesn't mean you're off the hook, because once you're Team Kelly, you're always Team Kelly. Thank you for everything, Matt, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Georgia's seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Norcross Police Officer Gabriel Veras, Jr. and Communications Officer Karen Elmore for their heroic and life-saving teamwork. On April 7, 2025, Officer Elmore, acting quickly after receiving emergency calls, dispatched officers to the scene of a 3-year-old child in cardiac arrest. Officer Veras arrived before paramedics and began chest compressions and rescue breaths, reviving the child. Because of their quick and heroic action, a life was saved and the child made a full recovery. On September the 4th, the City of Norcross awarded both officers the Arthur M. Kaplan First Responder Award for their heroism. This year, the National Association of Police Organizations honored Officer Veras with the 2026 Top Cops Honorable Mention, and Governor Brian Kemp commended his life-saving actions. Thank you, Officer Veras and Officer Elmore, for your efforts to serve your community to the fullest capacity. Congratulations to both of you on your well-deserved recognition, and thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to salute the leaders and the members of the Mount Vernon, New York branch of the NAACP as they plan their annual Community Heroes Award Luncheon this coming Saturday at the Macedonia Community Center. The branch will be honoring 10 outstanding individuals, each of whom has made a significant contribution to the community. They will be recognizing Mr. Al-Farid Salahuddin, Mr. Abishai Ben Rubin, Coach Craig Ramsey, Ms. Donna Houston, Dr. Natasha Hunter McGregor, Fire Commissioner Kevin Holt, Ms. Judith Watson, CEO of Healthcare Neighborhood Health Centers, Mr. Martello Payne Jr., a Korean War veteran, Mr. Ralph Burtz, and special recognition to Jamira Pyatt. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute the honorees and the hard work of the NAACP Mount Vernon branch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's been real quiet in this chamber about who's profiting from the presidency. Now, while Americans struggle to pay for gas and groceries, our President Trump is making billions. His media company wants Wall Street to pay $10,000 for early access to his Truth Social posts. Now, this says to me, the president is saying, pay me, and I will help you trade on insider information. Wall Street eats, and we get the bill. And now we're seeing reports of a growing market where people like rapper Lil Boosie pay those claiming that they have access to presidential pardons. That's not how public service should work. We cannot stay quiet while power is being treated like a product for sale. Congress has a responsibility to follow the money, demand transparency, and remind this administration that public service is about serving the people and not their pocketbooks. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
This is Black Mental Health Week, and it's a time for action. We can save countless of Black mothers from preventable death. Michigan has one of the highest death rates among Black pregnant people because our health system fails to provide comprehensive and accessible health care. Folks here may not know this, but mental health is the leading cause of maternal deaths, and Black women in our country are the most underreported and undertreated. As the chair of the Congressional Mamas Caucus, our members and I are committed to improving mothers' mental health all year around, not just this week. Every year, we display portraits of Black mothers who died from pregnancy-related causes because so many of our Black mothers are held invisible in our policymaking. They are ignored and dismissed when they are the ones that are needed most to be addressed, the cause of, again, maternal health in our country. I will continue to amplify their voices so that all Black mamas can thrive alongside their families. It is important that our country saves Black mothers now and not wait for statistics to come every single year to tell us we're not doing our job. With that, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Joanne Rajopi, the longtime Union County clerk who dedicated more than 5 decades to public service and passed away on Thursday, July 16th at the age of 78. Joanne made history as Springfield's first female mayor, later becoming the first and only woman to serve as chair of the Union County Board of Commissioners. She served as Union County clerk for 30 years. Throughout her career, Joanne worked to modernize county government by expanding access to public records, improving election information, and creating new resources for residents throughout the county. She cared about our democracy and did the work of keeping it. That work is sometimes hard and thankless, but it is also important, and Joanne knew that. A 6-time recipient of the National Association of Counties Achievement Award, Joanne's leadership and innovation left a lasting impact on New Jersey. On behalf of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, I extend my deepest condolences to Joanne's family, friends, colleagues, and all of those who loved her so much and the lives she touched throughout her extraordinary commitment to public service. May she rest in peace. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with profound sorrow over the deaths of 3 American soldiers, service members killed in Jordan and Iraq, as dozens more were injured. In the hearts of the American people, they're filled with grief and abiding gratitude to their beloved families, colleagues, and friends. Last February, President Trump told us his undeclared war of choice on Iran was only supposed to last 4 days. We are now on day 143 with no end in sight, heading toward 5 months. Curiously, in June, President Trump said, and I quote, "It's a little bit unfair for Iran not to have some ballistic missiles." Now, their missiles claim the lives of 25-year-old James Feehan of Hawaii, 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez of Texas, and the life of a soldier whose name we don't yet know, plus dozens of injured troops. Billions of tax dollars are being spent and shifted by the Trump administration, ballooning our gaping federal debt without an approval vote by Congress. May God bless our troops. May the leaders of the President's party in our U.S. House and Senate answer the vital questions: what does victory in the Middle East look like? And across a region where thus far the only troops on the ground are soldiers from the United States, where is the coalition for peace? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my good friend Peter DeMarco for his 25 years of service to the constituents of Orange County. Most recently, Peter served in the Orange County Executive Office, where he was the county's top principal advocate at the California Legislature and U.S. Congress. Peter worked for Orange County residents to support funding for public safety, healthcare, housing, and veteran services. And now, Peter begins a new chapter of public service with Costa Mesa Water District. On behalf of the people of California's 46th Congressional District and the people of Orange County, I want to congratulate Peter on his new position and wish you continued success in the future. Thank you, Peter. And Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield.
Yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lilota, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, I am honored to host this special order in recognition of the 100th anniversary of the Long Island Association. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an institution that has helped shape Long Island's economy, strengthen its communities, and champion its future for the past century. For 100 years, the Long Island Association has served as the leading voice of Long Island's business community, bringing together employers, entrepreneurs, nonprofit organizations, educators, labor leaders, and public officials around a shared mission, ensuring Long Island remains one of the best places in America to live, work, raise a family, and build a business. Founded in 1926 as the Long Island Chamber of Commerce, the organization emerged during a period of tremendous growth with an ambitious mission to promote Long Island's unique strengths and expand economic opportunity throughout the region. That mission has endured, even as Long Island has evolved from a collection of agricultural communities and seasonal destinations into one of the nation's most dynamic regional economies. Today, Long Island is home to world-class manufacturers, innovative life science companies, internationally recognized research institutions, thriving small businesses, and vibrant downtowns. Throughout that transformation, the Long Island Association has been a steadfast advocate for policies that encourage investment, innovation, and job creation. Whether advancing critical infrastructure projects, strengthening workforce development, or helping businesses navigate extraordinary challenges, from the aftermath of September 11th to Superstorm Sandy to the COVID-19 pandemic, the LIA has consistently demonstrated thoughtful leadership and an unwavering commitment to our region. Its work continues today as Long Island confronts many of the challenges that will define our next century, including affordability, housing, infrastructure, energy reliability, and maintaining a business climate that allows employers of every size to succeed. New York's exceptionally high tax burden only makes those challenges more difficult. Meeting those challenges is essential not only for today's economy, but for ensuring that future generations can continue to build successful careers and reward lives on Long Island. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also recognize the outstanding leadership of the Long Island Association who are joining us in the gallery this evening. Chairman Lawrence J. Waldman, Acting President and Chief Executive Officer Stacy Sykes, and members of the Board of Directors, including Billy Hoagland, Catherine Heaviside, and Luis Vasquez. Their leadership and the dedication of countless other board members, staff, volunteers, and business leaders over the past century has positioned the Long Island Association for continued success in years ahead. As someone privileged to represent New York's 1st Congressional District, I know that Long Island's greatest asset has always been its people. The entrepreneurs, workers, educators, researchers, veterans, community leaders, and innovators whose talent and determination make our region exceptional. For a century, the Long Island Association has brought those voices together in pursuit of a stronger regional economy and a brighter future. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the Long Island Association on this extraordinary centennial anniversary. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives and the people of New York's 1st Congressional District, I thank the association, its leadership, its members, and everyone who has contributed to this remarkable legacy. May its 2nd century be as successful as its first. I would now like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Gillen.
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Long Island Association. For a century, it has been an institution at the heart of Long Island's economy and business community. Thank you to Chairman Waldman, Acting President Sykes, and the association's board members who traveled to Washington this week. It is a privilege to reaffirm our shared commitment to prosperity and opportunity for every Long Islander. Long Island's business and industries contribute more than $200 billion to our nation's economy each year. We are an economic powerhouse, driving innovation and discoveries in national security, medicine, and next-generation technologies. Giving Long Island's business a strong base with no limits on their success is how we bolster our local economy and our way of life. Core to its mission, the Long Island Association has been a crucial bridge between businesses and local government leaders and federal government leaders. That partnership is foundational to the success of every entrepreneur, industry, and family-owned business that built Long Island. Our work here in Washington is first and foremost to deliver for our communities through bipartisanship and common sense. Doing so through pro-business and pro-worker policies gives our region the room to grow and to stay competitive. The Long Island Association's partnership has been instrumental in helping meet the challenges that we face. We must make Long Island more affordable to keep attracting world-class talent and give companies the chance to invest in themselves. That starts with lowering the high costs and taxes our families and businesses pay, including fully and permanently eliminating the SALT cap and undoing harmful tariffs. It means making housing more affordable and ensuring every young professional and hardworking family has a place to call home. We must meet our energy needs with an all-of-the-above strategy and guarantee our infrastructure can support a growing economy. We must cut federal red tape and invest in our industries to fuel greater opportunity across our region. I'm proud to have worked with the association and with my Long Island colleagues across the aisle to tackle these challenges head-on. I remain committed to being a trusted voice in Washington for Long Island's businesses and workers. As we celebrate the Long Island Association's 100 years of excellence, I look forward to our continued partnership. Congratulations on the historic milestone and the beginning of another remarkable century of service. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd now like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so happy to be joining with my colleagues in a spirit of bipartisanship to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Long Island Association. It's been a long journey. We're over 100 years, a few name changes under different leadership, and over a transition from farmland to suburbia to one of the densest, most productive regions in the nation. The Long Island Association has brought together the best minds in business, labor, education, government, and the not-for-profit community to lay out a vision to move our community forward. The Long Island Association has helped lead the way to make Long Island one of the most powerful regional economies in the United States of America. Now, the Long Island Association has not done everything right. In preparing for this speech, I learned that the Long Island Association, along with none other than Robert Moses, proposed a bridge from Connecticut to Long Island. It might have been a good idea for business and for traffic, but it would have ruined my beaches. I've been in public life for over 30 years, first elected as mayor in 1993. As a result, I had the opportunity to be friendly with each leader of the Long Island Association during that time, from Jim LaRocca to Matt Crossan to Kevin Law to Matt Cohen, and now the extraordinary Stacey Epifani Sykes. I worked together with Stacey when I was Nassau County Executive, and I saw firsthand her intelligence, her work ethic, her integrity, and her ability to bring people together.
She, together with our chairman, Larry Waldman, and so many other good people on the board, we realize that the Long Island Association is in very good hands. For a century, the Long Island Association has been in the room for nearly every major conversation about our region's future. It helped advocate for the creation of Jones Beach State Park. It advocated for the Long Island Expressway and the Grand Central Parkway. It was there for the growth of Levittown and the merger of North Shore University Hospital and the Glen Cove Community Hospital, which laid the foundation for what is now Northwell Health. It has supported the growth of research and innovation and has brought together leaders to address the workforce development, housing, clean water, energy, and the stewardship of our natural resources like the Long Island Sound. The association knows what business and workers need. It knows where Long Island commerce is pulling ahead and where it's falling behind. It understands the challenges we're facing when it comes to housing and transportation and workforce shortages, energy reliability, and it knows who needs to be in the room to ensure Long Island stays competitive in a rapidly changing economy. Now we need the Long Island Association more than ever. In our contemporary world, with the division between Democrats and Republicans, with a fractured media environment, when it's hard to know who to trust, we need the Long Island Association to continue to bring us together in search of a common vision to make Long Island the best place to live, work, and enjoy our lives. The challenges we face today are different than they were 100 years ago, but the need for people to work together to cross party lines, to cross from business to labor, from elected officials to the not-for-profit community and education is the same need we've always had. We must work together to build upon the progress that has been made to increase the SALT deduction and make life more affordable for Long Islanders. We must work together to bring more housing in downtowns so we can expand the tax base and create an environment that is attractive and affordable to young people, and thereby expand our workforce and create cool downtowns. We must work together to ensure that our energy is sustainable, reliable, and affordable. We must work together to improve our infrastructure, reduce traffic, and hasten our commutes. We must work together to protect the environment and to keep our community safe so that we can maintain one of the greatest qualities of life of any region in the nation. Working together, Democrats and Republicans, in league with our partners represented by the Long Island Association, we know that Long Island's best days are ahead. Congratulations on an extraordinary first century, and here's to the next 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues and I have described during this special order, Long Island's success has never happened by accident. Rather, it has always been driven by gritty, proud, hardworking people willing to invest in their communities and build a stronger future. And for the last 100 years, the Long Island Association has helped lead that effort, and I have no doubt it will continue to do so for generations to come. I once again congratulate the Long Island Association on its centennial anniversary, thank its leadership and members for their enduring service to our region, and wish them continued success ahead. I would now like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize an outstanding Hoosier whose dedication to our country did not end when he took off the uniform. This week, I will have the honor of welcoming Evansville Army veteran Ken Epler and his lovely wife, Kathy, to my congressional office here in the United States Capitol. Following his service to our nation, Ken found great happiness in his incredible talent as a painter. He graciously lent me one of his beautiful paintings, The Enduring Spirit, to display here in the halls of Congress in honor of America's 250th anniversary. Ken served our nation with honor in the United States Army, earning both airborne and air assault qualifications before serving with the 101st Airborne Division during the Gulf War. He later continued his service in the Indian National Guard and made us all proud as a defender of our country and as a wonderful member of our community. His commitment to our nation is reflected not only in his military service, but in the remarkable artwork he continues to create. The Enduring Spirit depicts 3 colonial children standing together, playing the fife and drum, while proudly holding an America 250 flag. To me, this patriotic painting is a powerful reminder that the ideals of freedom and love of country are passed from one generation down to the next. It's a privilege to display this incredible artwork for my colleagues and all who visit Washington, especially those Hoosiers coming to our nation's capital. Ken has said he hopes his artwork inspires students to love our country and encourages young people to learn more about our nation's great history. I cannot think of a better message to share with the myriads of people who travel to Washington and visit our country's capital. Indiana's 8th District is proud to call Ken Epler one of our own, and I'm honored to display his beautiful artwork, which I think reflects the very best of the Hoosier and American patriotism. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the modern-day Wildcats in winning the 2026 Indiana High School Athletic Association Class 2A Baseball State Championship. In a thrilling 6-3 victory in the final game, the Wildcats captured their second baseball state championship in school history, the last one being back in 1999. I also want to recognize first-year head coach Adam Wildeman, whose leadership led the Wildcats to 15 consecutive victories, delivering another state championship back to Evansville. This victory is a proud moment for Evansville, Vanderbilt County, and all of Indiana's 8th Congressional District. Congratulations once again to the modern-day Wildcats. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Barbary Vikings softball team on winning the 2026 Indiana High School Athletic Association Class 1A State Softball Championship, their first state softball championship in school history. With a dominant 6-0 victory in their final game, the Vikings had an outstanding season with 32 wins and only 1 loss, cementing their names in the Hoosier athletic history books. This championship is a result of years of hard work and great perseverance. Great job by Coach Josh Huff, whose leadership inspired the discipline these athletes put forth to bring home this victory. Congratulations to the Barbary Vikings for making all of us in Daviess County and throughout the 8th District proud. Enjoy your well-deserved summer vacation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Tecumseh Braves softball team on bringing home the 2026 Indiana High School Athletic Association Class 2A Class 2A Softball State Championship. This marks the 4th state championship title the Braves has captured in the last 5 years and the 7th in the program's history. What an extraordinary achievement, reflecting incredible amounts of hard work, discipline, and great commitment to their teammates and their sport. Year after year, the Tecumseh Braves have set a standard for excellence as their many big wins show. Thanks to head coach Gordon Wood, whose outstanding leadership has helped establish Tecumseh as one of Indiana's premier softball programs. Way to make all of us in Warwick County very proud. Congratulations to you all. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Jasper Wildcats girls doubles team of Adacia Smiley and Stella Canese for winning the 2026 Indiana High School Athletic Association Girls Tennis Doubles State Championship. In a hard-fought, straight-set victory, the doubles team captured the state title, capping off an outstanding season. Hats off to these two athletes for their prowess and sportsmanship throughout the year, which makes this big win all the more sweet for the Wildcats and their fans. I also want to give a shout-out to head coach Scott Yarborough, whose outstanding leadership has once again guided the Wildcats to another state championship. All of DuBois County is proud of this tennis team and these special young ladies for their impressive victory. Congratulations once again to the Jasper Wildcats girls tennis team, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week's Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour is in honor of the life and legacy of civil rights leader and our former colleague, Congressman John R. Lewis, as we mark the 6th anniversary of his passing last week. Congressman Lewis led our community fearlessly through many pivotal moments in our nation's history, from his time as a student organizer to marching in Montgomery alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., up until the end of his career in the U.S. House of Representatives. Congressman Lewis was a beacon of light in our darkest times. His legacy continues to inspire not only this caucus, but our country, serving as a blueprint for protecting and expanding democracy, defending the right to vote, and advancing the unfinished work of justice and equal representation, the unfinished work of making liberty and justice for all apply to all. The Supreme Court's recent decision in Louisiana versus Calais underscores the enduring importance of safeguarding the Black vote. The Trump administration's efforts to prioritize the disenfranchisement of our communities and its efforts to roll back progress made in making equality apply to all galvanizes the Congressional Black Caucus to double down and further his life's legacy. Today, we commemorate the memory of Congressman John Lewis while we continue to hold the line against ongoing attacks to our right to representation. I want to reflect on what John Lewis meant to me. Born in 1972, I am the first generation, but hopefully not the last, to benefit from him literally putting his life on the line to extend the promises of our founding documents to all of us. I studied his history, and I was particularly inspired at how, at a young age, as a college student, John Lewis put his faith into action. He said in an op-ed he wrote towards the end of his life that Emmett Till was his George Floyd. And when when Emmett Till at 14 was killed, John Lewis was only 15 years old. He said, "I will never, ever forget the moment when it became so clear that he easily could have been me. In those days, fear constrained us like an imaginary prison, and troubling thoughts of potential brutality committed for no understandable reason were the bars. And though I was surrounded by 2 loving parents, plenty of brothers and sisters, and cousins, their love could not protect me from the unholy oppression waiting just outside the family circle. Unchecked, unrestrained violence and government-sanctioned terror had the power to turn a simple stroll to the store for some Skittles or an innocent morning jog down a lonesome country road into a nightmare. If we are to survive as one unified nation, we must discover what so readily take roots in our heart that could rob Mother Emanuel Church in South Carolina of her brightest and best, shoot unwitting concertgoers in Las Vegas, and choke to death the hopes and dreams of a gifted violinist like Elijah McClain." But at 15 years old, John Lewis decided to do something about it. As a college student, he participated in the Nashville sit-ins, a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement, where he and his fellow students targeted segregated lunch counters in downtown Nashville, where my father is from. They were arrested, beaten, and jailed, and my grandfather actually served as one of the members of the legal team to those students. This act of peaceful protest in the face of violent reaction led to the desegregation of the city stores in Nashville. And I will never forget watching a video of Congressman Lewis sitting at the lunch counter exhibit at the Smithsonian Museum of African American History, listening in the headsets to the recording of what the Greensboro Four heard at the Woolworth counter. And as it triggered his own memories, he wept. In May of 1961, Congressman Lewis then a student, was severely beaten by a white mob at a Greyhound bus terminal in Rock Hill, South Carolina during the Freedom Rides. 50 years later, one of his attackers, Elwyn Wilson, came to Washington to ask for his forgiveness. Together in a very emotional meeting in his office, together they listened to another recording of the mob that beat John Lewis nearly to death that day. And John Lewis forgave him. In August of 1963, he was the youngest speaker at the March on Washington, representing one of the Big Six civil rights group. And then in March of 1965, he led another march in Selma, where he was again beaten, along with 600 other peaceful protesters walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, who were brutally attacked by state troopers. Each of these actions galvanized change, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and more. But for me, the most memorable moment I got to witness. In 2019, he came to Richmond. He was the keynote speaker at a ceremony to rename the boulevard after tennis great Arthur Ashe. And after his speech, I had the privilege of escorting him to an exhibit at the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in a former Confederate chapel. The exhibit included a recording of the speech that he gave in response when he opposed the impeachment of President Clinton. I sat in a pew next to John Lewis and watched him as he listened to that speech for the first time since he gave it. What stuck out to me were the following words: when you see something that is not right, not just, not fair, you have a moral obligation to say something, to do something. Our children and their children will ask us, what did you do? What did you say? For some, this vote may be hard, but we have a mission and a mandate to be on the right side of history. I watched with tears in my eyes as he listened and wept and said that was the first time he had heard it, but that the words were still true. Mr. Speaker, we take tough votes here. We take votes that sometimes are the difference between life and death. We take votes to try to stop the rollback of progress. We take votes to make liberty and justice apply to all. And for me, my North Star are the words I just read from John Lewis. When you see something that's not right, say something. There's a lot I see that's not right. I see a president, in the name of a war on wokeness, dismantling the very civil rights protections that allowed me to be here. I see a president and his congressional enablers dismantling the right to vote, putting on the floor not once, not twice, not 3 times, at least 4 times, a modern-day poll tax that makes a mockery of the Voting Rights Act and the 15th Amendment that it was intended to enforce. I see a Secretary of Defense who is systematically firing very qualified, very distinguished, decorated generals and leaders, admirals, because they are black or women, and he thinks that because of that, they must only be there because of DEI. I see that that's wrong, and I'm saying something, and I will continue to say something because that is what John Lewis would have me do. And with that, I would like to yield to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative Yvette Clarke of New York.
Good evening. I'm Representative Yvette D. Clarke chair of the Congressional Black Caucus for the 119th session of Congress, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District in Central and Southwest Brooklyn. I want to thank my colleague, my dear colleague, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, for anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour and really setting the table for a conversation that we're having this evening. I rise tonight with my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus to honor the life and legacy of our dear friend and former colleague, the conscience of this Congress, Congressman John Lewis. For more than 30 years in the United States House of Representatives and over the course of his life, Congressman John Lewis never stopped fighting for justice, equality, and the right to vote. Today, the very ideals that Congressman Lewis spent his life fighting to protect are under sustained and unprecedented attack. As we speak, extremist Republicans at the local, state, and national levels are using every tactic in their arsenal to disenfranchise Black and minority communities. To date, hundreds of bills to restrict voting access have been introduced in states around the country with the aim of closing polling locations, curbing early voting and mail-in ballots, and imposing stricter national voter ID requirements. Right now, Republicans in the Congress are fighting to jam through voter suppression legislation like the so-called Save America Act and the Voter ID Act, ushering in a national ID program. And in the wake of the Calais decision, Black political power and representation has come under direct assault, with Republican-led legislatures and governors moving to redraw congressional maps across the South ahead of the November election in a brazen effort to dilute Black voting strength and reverse decades of hard-fought civil rights progress secured through the Voting Rights Act. With these unprecedented assaults on our voting rights and the slow erosion of our constitutional and democratic norms, each of us has a moral responsibility to speak out and act out, as Congressman John Lewis did. Voting rights are and have always been the CBC's North Star. For generations, our communities have marched, fought, and even died for the right to vote. Congressman Lewis certainly knew this. At a time when our democracy is under constant siege by the Trump administration, we must do all that we can to protect those most fundamental and foundational rights. It's a shame that partisan politics has brought us to a point that we cannot agree that access to the ballot box should be a right afforded to every American. Congressman John Lewis devoted every day of his life to fighting to make our country live up to its highest ideals, to promise that we are all created equal. From the Edmund Pettus Bridge to the halls of Congress, the boy from Troy never stopped making good trouble, as he would say, necessary trouble. It is in that spirit that the CBC and House Democrats will always fight back against the voter suppression that plagues our country and impedes access to the ballot box, particularly in Black communities. It is in light of that spirit that we will not stop until we pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore and modernize the protections of the Voting Rights Act to prevent states from erecting new barriers to the ballot box. With that, I just want to say that we miss John Lewis. In this moment, it is up to all of us to pick up the mantle of his legacy and press forward, making good trouble necessary trouble. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I now yield to the representative from Georgia's 7th District, Lucy McBath.
Well, thank you so much. I want to just once again thank our esteemed colleague, Representative Jennifer McClellan from Virginia, who consistently, over and over again, has always been steadfast in holding the special order hours for the Congressional Black Caucus, because she understands the relevance and the importance of our history and all that this means to communities of color, that we make sure that we have our say here on the House floor, and all these words are kept in record for perpetuity. But I do want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank the CBC for hosting tonight's CBC Special Order Hour to honor what we all know is a really, really great man. And I think everyone, whether you're Republican or Democrat, everyone has always understood the importance of having John Lewis as our esteemed colleague. And it's hard to believe that it's been 6 years since the passing of our dear friend and colleague, Congressman John Lewis, or as he would always say, I'm the boy from Troy. Despite years lacking his presence, his spirit and his soul still fill this chamber every single day. There are so many of my colleagues that continue to use his words and his phrases and his thoughts every single day as they want to be able to emulate the work that he's done for democracy, the work that he's done for the United States of America on behalf of every community in America. Renowned as the conscience of Congress, and I don't think there'll be anyone else ever to come along in this esteemed body, years to come, long after we're all gone, that can ever be revered as the conscience of Congress. Because John leaves behind a legacy that serves as a guiding light towards what is right and what is just in America. In a world where federal protections for communities indeed are under constant attack every single day, where the Voting Rights Act is being systematically dismantled, and where some children born today have fewer protections than their parents had. It's never been more important to let his words guide our actions. As John would often say, and it's been quoted 1,000, a million times over, we have a moral obligation, a mission, and a mandate to do what we can to make our country and our world a better place and to help usher in a loving community where no one is left out or left behind. And John was probably one of the only politicians that I truly believe lived by those words and was absolutely unafraid to do what was necessary to realize them. No matter if he was marching for freedom in Selma or sitting in on the House floor in support of safer gun laws. And I remember that night so distinctly because then at that time, I was the national spokesperson for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. And while all of my now colleagues were sitting on the House floor asking for background checks for all gun sales, asking for safer communities, legislation that would keep our families safe, I was on the outside leading the rally, leading the charge for the very same thing. But John reminded each of us of the importance of getting into good, necessary trouble. And you will hear that said by my colleagues again and again and again, because the trouble is absolutely necessary. John's story is one of faith. It's one of resilience and perpetual belief that it is our responsibility, especially those of us that serve in this body. It's our responsibility to fight for the change that we wish to see, that our constituents and our communities are crying out for. From the son of Alabama sharecroppers to a renowned civil rights activist, to a member of Congress. John's life was a true testament to the American dream. He embraced a country that did not always embrace him because he believed in the promise of a better tomorrow, and he was willing to fight for it. He was willing to even die for it. He fought for it on the streets of Montgomery. He fought for it while bruised and bloodied on a bridge in Selma. And he fought for it for 33 years, representing his community in the halls of Congress. He was a mentor to me when I first came to this chamber, ready to make life better for families in Georgia. In fact, I remember the very first day I was here after I was sworn in. And the Democratic caucus always welcomes the brand new members. And it was John, who was the leader of our delegation, that introduced me to the entire Democratic caucus. And that moment was so monumental for me. So monumental for me that I had the John Lewis, our civil rights icon, introduce me to the Democratic caucus as one of his very own. It takes my breath away even to this day. And I'll never forget the day that he accompanied me and other survivors of gun violence prevention and those that lost our loved ones as we marched our way over to Senator Mitch McConnell's office, because we were demanding that he pay heed to our stories, that he pay attention to the hundreds of thousands of people in this country that are dying unnecessarily to gun violence every single day. I remember dancing with John Lewis. He loved to dance. Despite everything that happened to him in his life, he believed in the good of man. He believed in the best of man. And that joy came through whenever he was with organizations and people that had come to celebrate all the work that he'd done. He would celebrate and give them love through dance. I remember even before I came to Congress, I asked John, when I was the national spokesperson for Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in Atlanta, I was holding a rally. And I asked him if he would be my keynote speaker, never imagining that he would say yes. Never in a million years did I believe that John Lewis would listen to me, just an average mom who'd lost her own son to gun violence, but just asking for a little bit of his time. And he came and he spoke at my rally. One thing I know about John is he always showed up for people. The people, they were his cause. Democracy was his cause. And freedom was his cause. At this moment in our nation's history, we draw upon the wisdom of his words and look to his legacy for strength and guidance as we carry the torch that he lit for civil and human rights for not only people of color, but for everyone in America. Because even today, we painfully have to be reminded that our work is still unfinished. And not everybody in this country has been set free. Before we mourn the death of John Lewis, we grieve the loss of the federal protections the Voting Rights Act once afforded every American in this country. Rights that John nearly gave his life for long before he ever had the chance to even serve in Congress. And since his passing, those protections have eroded further. And the struggle to protect voting rights continues in his name here with legislation. Back home in my home state of Georgia and in state legislatures all across this country. And progress is rarely linear. Despite this tumultuous time in our nation's history, John's story reminds us that the fight to make our country a better place, it's never ending. It's generation after generation after generation. There is no end. And it was one of the greatest honors of my life to be his colleague and a fellow member of Georgia's congressional delegation. So let's not forget the impact that he had on our country, because his legacy is what guides us towards the future. It was a pure legacy for everyone in this country. John cared so deeply about what he used to say all the time was the beloved community. And the members of the CBC that I'm so blessed to be able to serve with, we're always going to carry that mantle. That is our charge, to carry that mantle, uplifting the community that he loved so much. Well, we'll continue to speak up, and we're going to continue to speak out against bigotry, against hatred, inequity, and injustice, because that's what we know best. As people of color, that's what we know best. So we'll continue to speak up against all of these forms of inequity. In all of its forms, we will continue to fight against it. This will always be our charge, as we are tasked to be the protectors and the armor bearers of democracy. And I yield.
I thank the gentlewoman from Georgia. As we reflect on Congressman Lewis, I often ask myself, what would he say about what's going on today? And I have to start with his final words to us, which I want to share now. Shortly after his death, the New York Times published his last words to us in an op-ed entitled, "Together, You Can Redeem the Soul of Our Nation." Though I am gone, I urge you to answer the highest calling of your heart and stand up for what you truly believe. While my time here has now come to an end, I want you to know that in the last days and hours of my life, you inspire me. You fill me with hope about the next chapter of the great American story, when you used your power to make a difference in our society. Millions of people, motivated simply by human compassion, laid down the burdens of division. Around the country and the world, you set aside race, class, age, language, and nationality to demand respect for human dignity. That is why I had to visit Black Lives Matter Plaza in Washington, though I was admitted to the hospital the following day. I just had to see and feel it for myself, that after many years of silent witness, the truth is still marching on. Emmett Till was my George Floyd. He was my Rayshard Brooks, Sandra Bland, and Breonna Taylor. He was 14 when he was killed, and I was only 15 years old at the time. I will never forget the moment when it became so clear that he easily could have been me. In those days, fear constrained us like an imaginary prison, and troubling thoughts of potential brutality committed for no understandable reason were the bars. Though I was surrounded by two loving parents, plenty of brothers, sisters, and cousins, their love could not protect me from the unholy oppression waiting just outside that family circle. Unchecked, unrestrained violence, and government-sanctioned terror had the power to turn a simple stroll to the store for some Skittles or an innocent morning jog down a lonesome country road into a nightmare. If we are to survive as one unified nation, we must discover what so readily take roots in our heart that could rob Mother Emanuel Church in South Carolina of her brightest and best, shoot unwitting concert goers in Las Vegas, and choke to death the hopes and dreams of a gifted violinist like Elijah McClain. Like so many young people today, I was searching for a way out, or some might say a way in, and then I heard the voice of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on an old radio. He was talking about the philosophy and discipline of nonviolence. He said we are all complicit when we tolerate injustice. He said it is not enough to say it will get better by and by. He said each of us has a moral obligation to stand up, and speak out. When you see something that is not right, you must say something. You must do something. Democracy is not a state. It is an act, and each generation must do its part to help build what we called the beloved community, a nation and world society at peace with itself. Ordinary people with extraordinary vision can redeem the soul of America by getting into what I call good trouble, necessary trouble. Voting and participation in the democratic process are key. The vote is the most powerful, nonviolent change agent you have in a democratic society. You must use it because it is not guaranteed, and you can lose it. You must also study and learn the lessons of history because humanity has been involved in this soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time. People on every continent have stood in your shoes through decades and centuries before you. The truth does not change, and that is why the answers worked out so long ago can help you find solutions to the challenges of our time. Continue to build union between movements stretching across the globe because we must put away our willingness to profit from the exploitation of others. Though I may not be here with you, I urge you to answer the highest calling of your heart and stand up for what you truly believe. In my life, I have done all that I can to demonstrate that the way of peace, the way of love, and nonviolence is the more excellent way. Now is your turn to let freedom ring. When historians pick up their pens to write the story of the 21st century, let them say it was your generation who laid down the heavy burdens of hate at last, and that peace finally triumphed over violence, aggression, and war. So I say to you, walk with the wind, brothers and sisters, and let the spirit of peace and power of everlasting love be your guide. And with that, John Lewis set down the torch, and we have to pick it up. We have to pick it up and run with it because the beloved community that he fought for is very far out of sight, farther than it was when he left us. We still see, rather than a 14-year-old being lynched and killed because he had the temerity to be accused of hitting on a white woman and be killed. We've gone from Black Americans being afraid to walk down the street because of the violence that they may see to immigrant communities afraid to go to the courthouse, to work, to school, anywhere where they might be detained and deported with no due process, or shot and killed, or detained in horrible conditions and not given the care that they need when they need it. We now see people who fear going to the grocery store or school or a concert or a movie theater, church, a baseball game, without the fear of gun violence, which he fought against so hard. We now see when he encouraged us to learn from our history, an administration that wants to erase it because it's uncomfortable. But like any family tragedy, any family trauma, we cannot heal from the ugly parts of American history if we don't talk about it and learn from it. See, we also need to understand our history and learn it because we've been here before. And as John Lewis said, the truth does not change, and the answers worked out long ago can help you find solutions to the challenges of our time. But if you're not teaching that history, if you're erasing it from our museums, our public spaces, our classrooms, you can't learn it, and you can't learn from it. We are once again involved in a war with no end in sight, and no one really understands how it started. And we are seeing the weaponization of the very tools that gave us our closest moment to where we could say liberty and justice for all applied to all. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, being weaponized to dismantle the progress we made overcoming the legacy of over 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow. We could be discouraged. I know a lot of people are. A lot of young people that I talk to are. A lot of people who recognize that they have fewer rights than their parents did. A lot of people who realize they're fighting the same fights as their parents, their grandparents, and their great-grandparents. People who are struggling to put food on the table, to keep the lights on, to get the health care they need when they need it without going bankrupt. A lot of people are in despair. But John Lewis had something to say to them too. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get into good trouble, necessary trouble. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're picking up the baton. I've picked up the baton. The Congressional Black Caucus has picked up the baton, and we will never, ever drop it. We will fight back against attempts to roll back our voting rights. We will fight back against attempts to erase our history. We will fight back against attempts to erase the legacy that still lingers and impacts our communities, that legacy of over 300 years of slavery and Jim Crow. We will never stop fighting for any community that is targeted and marginalized solely because of who they are. We will never stop fighting until, as Dr. King said, we can all sing, free at last, thank God Almighty, I am free at last. And until the promises of the Declaration of Independence written 250 years ago become true for everybody, that this government recognizes that all people are created equal with the natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that the purpose of government is to secure and protect those rights. That's what John Lewis nearly gave his life for on that bus in South Carolina, on that bridge in Selma. He fought to the very end until he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. And we owe it to him to pick up that baton and never let it go until we hand it off to the next generation who will fight to protect our democracy and our beloved community. Thank you, John Lewis, for dedicating your life so that generations that never met you will benefit from your work. We'll carry it on. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion.
What purpose do you seek recognition?
I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.